5 years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
We welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker, coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, how pretty this city is. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom. That's where we are. That's where our set, our stage, our arena, our Coliseum, our stadium, our mothership, our Thunderdome is behind us. That's about all I got. Pretty good, though. Pretty good list of names.
Somebody bought a thesaurus.
And that somebody was me. 25K Heads Up Championship continues. We have our semifinal and finals matches today. Of course, we will get to our Day 2 recap, our Day 3 preview. But what always stands out to me, gentlemen, here at the World Series of Poker, one of my favorite parts of the series every single year, those $1 million bounty pools. And this year, I feel like it was extra special because that first milli came off a tournament with a $550 buy-in. Take a look.
It is the first number one. It's dollar sign. Yes, dollar sign. Thank you. What about that next figure? Is that a one? Sure is. Is that a one? Andrew Shelton. $1 million.
Now, obviously, I think that is the exact reaction someone is supposed to have. But as soon as I saw this, I was like, I'm dying to know, because Norm can go either way on something like this.
Well, actually, curiously, with that reaction put together with his interview with Jeff afterwards, it's F yeah, F yeah, F yeah. Oh, dang, the taxes. All of a sudden he thought about taxes when he's on the podium with you. Who thinks about taxes when they just won $1 million?
You know what he also thought about when I asked him what he was going to spend the money on? Drugs, alcohol, women. You kind of respect the honesty.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Did you get his number? I would love to hang out.
Yeah. Me and Ali were trying to hang out with the guy.
I'm sure you guys were.
Connect us with him.
But you know, that's remains such an odd moment in poker because everyone in the room is rooting against you. You know, only in poker can we make winning $1 million a group miserable experience.
Well, speaking of that, see, for my money, and this is literally, if you're in that event, it is your money that person's winning. So for my money, I would want to see a reaction like the guy had 2 years ago.
We had that. You're picking on, or you're not picking on him, although a lot of people did pick on my guy.
No, this is the only appropriate way to react.
Let's take a look at this from 2024.
First number is a 1. $1 million! Just like that!
Like, you don't have to rub it in everybody's faces that you just won $1 million of their dollars.
How rich is that guy?
Yeah, did we ever get the official story on that, by the way? Did he oversell for the...
It's a great question. You know, I talked to him. The story is not so dramatic. It might let you down a little bit. He was just like, you know, I don't love the attention. I'm uncomfortable with all the cameras and spotlight. And I was like, I don't know what that's like.
It sounds like oversold.
Yeah, it's oversold. But it was just so great. He reveals it quickly. You know, most people sweat it out, especially when they see the 1 at the very beginning. He snaps it off. He shows the cameras, and he's like, I'm big blind in like 2 hands. And he was just right back to the action.
He was so casual. I react that way when I renew my driver's license at the DMV. This guy had $1 million.
I wonder if I would even go back to the table. You know, like you leave the table to open your envelope. I open $1 million, I might just be like, deuces.
I'm good.
I'm good.
When I go to the DMV, I react like the first guy. I'm like, I'm out of here. F yes, F yes, F yes.
Straight to the alcohol, drugs.
Oh,
women.
absolutely.
Yeah, right.
But I hide my keys.
We should probably get to the featured event of the day at some point, and that would be the 25K Heads-Up Championship. Before we get to our semifinals and finals matchups, we got to see, Stapes, just how we got here today.
All right, my babies, it's time for the tight laydown.
Oh, baby.
First highlight, Negreanu's got Biao Ding against the ropes, but...
my goodness.
I can't take it anymore.
Ding is saved by the bell. Later, Daniel Stress ate an entire wheel of vegan cheese, but before that, he didn't make the nuts cheese on this final hand either, as Biao Ding heads to the quarterfinals. Next up, Florian Pesce, which in some languages means fish, and I say that for no reason whatsoever, as he runs bottom pair right into the second nuts. Danchev considers folding never and sends Pesce back to the Pike Place market. My #1 favorite Bulgarian player after Slaven Popov moves on to the quarterfinals. On to Grinder versus Nakai. Norman's bold underdog pick got it all in 5s versus 9s. Nakai's 9s win the high, and there is no low because this is Hold'em, Norman. The name Ryu, synonymous with arcades, is apt as he moves on to the quarters. Next, we've got Kerry Katz versus Julian Sitbom. Katz was Jeff's pick yesterday because Stockholm Syndrome. Katz's trip 3s lock up his win, and Jeff's butt kissing locks up future employment. On to the quarterfinals, where Biao Ding finally gets his bell rung. He rivers a very good pair. One of the best there is, I'm told, but he's up against Danchev's 3 10s, which is even better than 2 queens, and gets Ding to call it off, and Dimitar the Scimitar gives us all a semi. Katz versus Nakai had Kerry nearly about to sing about everyone loving a chop pot or something like that, but Nakai does this. He rivers a straight, and Katz most certainly doesn't love it. Nakai joins Danchev in the semifinals. And last but not least is Thomas Bova versus Calisthenics Theory optimal player Alex Foxen. And you can see all that limbering up actually pays off as Alex wins an unconventional flip, and the All-American boy sends Bovan back to Belgium or wherever. That hug left a massive bruise, by the way. 4 broken fists later, Foxen moves on to the semifinals. And that, my babies, was yesterday's tight laydown.
I love it. I especially love runs bottom pair into the second. That's just a cooler. What can you do? Dmitry Danchev, who beat Pesce, as Dave said, and Ding yesterday, also beat Chris Wynn on his path to get to the semifinals. He'll take on Ryuta Nakai. I love that hug from Kerry. Nakai third in the 10K Super Turbo bounty last year. Nikita Kuznetsov taking on Alex Foxen in the other semifinals matchup as Foxen looks for his 4th World Series of Poker Bracelet. So we have some pretty intriguing matchups, David, I would say, today.
Yeah, I mean, we watched yesterday. The level of poker in this tournament has been incredible, but you can expect that from a $25,000 buy-in specialist tournament. But I've been really impressed. Looking forward to today to see who's gonna take it down. I have my pick. I'll wait till you ask for that.
Just for a little bit. Well, you mentioned it. It's a 25K buy-in, so we know the payouts are going to be high. Exactly how high? Let us take a look at those payouts. $800,000 up top. That comes along with a World Series of Poker bracelet. Second place worth $528K. You show up today, you are assured of $300,000. So a $228K pay jump up for grabs right off the bat. David said that we were going to get to picks. Let us do just that. Norman Chad first on the tee.
Now let's talk about Dimitar Danchev. Back in 2022, he won the 10K online heads-up bracelet. So he has experience, obviously, in this regard. 9 years earlier, when my man Stapes was just a baby, he won the PCA main event for $1.8 million. Stapes, you were on that call. Any good memories from it?
I do have some. It was a pretty stacked final table at the time. Now, some of the names on that list have sort of not names we talk about very often, but at the time also at that final table was Joel Mika, Owen Crow, Jerry Wong, all players who were, so it was a very difficult final table. And this was the PCA, by the way, when it was still the PCA. Almost 1,000 runners in a 10K event. This was a hefty first place prize, hotly contested, the PCA.
So Danchev, he's number 3 on the all-time Bulgarian money list, but why is he your Bulgarian fave?
Honestly, as I was leaving my last job, he sent me a really nice tweet, and that just shot him up to number 1. Typically, it's Slaven Popov and Simeon Naidenov, though. There's so many great Bulgarian players to choose from. As your Euro guru, I would know.
So let me ask you all a trivia question. On Bulgaria's top 50 money list, how many players on that list don't have a last name ending in V?
I'm going to say 0.
David? He's just going to pass.
Yeah,
I'm going to say 12.
Okay. 0's a good guess. 1.
1!
Only 1. And you know who it is? John Smith.
Oh, what a way to end it. David Williams, your pick.
I got the privilege of calling the action for this tournament, and the player that's impressed me the most is still there, Alex Fox. Yeah. He was on my original 4, although Sean D was my first pick, then Daniel Negreanu, but Alex has been on my team 4. Really happy with how he played yesterday. Even when things weren't going his way and he got short stacked, he stayed strong, came back and won, and I think Alex Foxen takes it down.
Plus, he's a great flipper. I see we keep trading Alex Foxen back and forth, David. That's okay. Position is everything in this game. David gets to go first. Jeff, what about you?
I appreciate you giving me position.
You got it, buddy.
You will go last. I'm going to go with Nikita Kuznetsov, second in the 10K 6-Max in 2021. Predominantly an online crusher, has become more accustomed to the live streets, battles with the best in the game. We've seen him more and more in those Triton high rollers. And I feel like what's important today, especially on this grand stage, he's used to the pressure of the moment. It is easy to wilt under the stare of an Alex Foxen. I don't think that Kuznetsov will do that. So that is my pick. But as David says, one day you pick Deep, Deep's gone, you get to pick again. One day he picks Negreanu, Negranu's gone, you get to pick again. So maybe tomorrow we can all just pick the winner. But Stapes, go ahead.
All right, well, so it's typically I like to make my picks based on jawline and who is most likely to shove me into a locker in high school. I wanted Alex Foxen but couldn't get him. So, look, like many middle-aged white guys, I've got a bit of an obsession with Japan. And if you guys didn't know this or not, I finished second in the National PLO Championships in Japan in 2025. Just wanted to get that in there. And since I can't pick Alex Foxen, I'm going to go with Ryuta Nakai. And which Street Fighter character does Alex Foxen most resemble? Ken? Blanca? I don't know, but it's Foxen versus a real-life Ryu, Alex Foxen is going to get Hadouken.
I did look up on your Hendon Mom, and it does have a second place finish in the PLO Championship as part of the Japan Open Poker Tour.
That's right.
Doesn't have a prize listed, though. So I don't know.
It's more about the spirit of the game.
Interesting. No prize listed.
Well, there's a reason for that.
We
won't get into
sports.
It now.
David, I feel like, and you know this, and you were referencing it on the broadcast, always a little bit of chatter in the poker Twitter, the poker X universe, whatever you want to call it. I'm busy responding to people about parking, which has been vastly improved. Shout out to Horseshoe and Caesars. What caught your eye yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday there was a viral moment that occurred from 1B with everyone's favorite player, Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey is very mysterious, known to be cool, calm, collected. Not here. He reacted to making quads. His opponent made top full house. He beat it. We got to see something that we haven't really seen out of Phil, which is just a face. People loved it.
I've seen this face a lot on the internet, but it's usually on a different type of website.
Yeah. So it went pretty viral. Will Jaffe, Dankness3, he tweeted out the photo. It's got over 100,000 views. People seem to love it. We've got some funny memes coming out of it. Anytime you can get Phil Ivey involved in anything, people just love it. We've got Anton Horning, my boy's getting old.
I'd like to see an apostrophe in there next time. It sounds like he's talking about his own waning sperm count. Come on.
Yeah.
Maybe he was, and we just took that.
Yeah, it could be just Ivy reminded him of it.
That's the face you make when you get your test results.
Boy's getting old.
But yeah, that's just a really fun moment. Always seeing like a lighter side of Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey now is a 2-time dad like myself, and he's usually be pretty stoic. But once you become a dad, the dad jokes come out. You get a little softer. So I think Phil is he can show some emotion here.
I was shocked to see that emotion. I mean, here's the thing about Phil. If he had pulled the $1 million bounty, he would go, "Where do I get my money? Where's the cage?" So that's shocking to see that much.
Very shocking.
This is about the hottest take I will probably ever have on this show. I have always thought that a huge part of Phil's success and his relevance is his aura.
Sure.
People sort of believe he is this thing, and therefore he is this thing. And nobody's ever been intimidated by a guy who goes zoinks. So I think that he needs to lay off making these sorts of these faces. Phil Ivey is all about mystique, and this face is a mystique mistake.
Norman, I feel like you kind of built up his aura and his mystique over the years.
I mean, I picked him to win the main event 15 consecutive meetings. The stare is unbelievable, and then he actually did not come to the World Series for a couple of years, so he was dead to me for a while. But Stapes is right. This is a mistake. He should not show that he's actually human. He should not let his guard down. That mystique is huge.
That gets you kind of mad, but what got you really mad? It's on the minds of everybody already. Why so mad, Norman, Chad?
Why am I so mad? Oh, let's start with my call time. I'm a night owl, and I don't need an hour for hair and makeup. This face is always camera ready. And don't get me started on my commute. My room is here at Paris, but getting to the set is not like wandering down the Champs-Élysées. Walking down these hallways, I'm bombarded with endless questions about Lon McEachern. No, I don't know where he currently is. His tracking device went dark 2 months ago. Mondays are usually his pedicure day. There was a rumor that Ali Najad took Lon to Uncle Pat's farm in upstate New York to dig up a dead body, or maybe to actually bury Lon himself, but that's just a rumor. And lastly, to our PA, British Jeremy, listen, kid, if the producers send you to find me while I'm playing a Big O cash game, don't bother Daddy when he's in a hand.
Still don't know if Jeremy's British.
I can't believe that Lon ended up on the exact same farm as all of my childhood dogs.
Folks, as you know, that sound means the blinds are going up. It is time for us to make our move and price. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments here at the World Series of Poker.
5 years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
Welcome everybody to the 2026 World Series. I'm so happy to be here, and I wish you all had the same year I had last year. It's pretty tough, but with that said, I wish you all the best of luck and shuffle up and deal.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2026 World Series of Poker, coming to you from Horseshoe and our brand new stage at the Paris Ballroom. Today, the final day of the 25K Heads Up Championship. Semi-final and final matches ahead for you with $800,000 on the line, and that $800K accompanied by the best prize in the game, the oh-so prestigious World Series of Poker bracelet. People continuing to file in on an electric day at the series, with our eyes not only here but also on a wave of big tournaments with big names, and we are on a big stage here. Hello everybody, I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for being here. About to get started with our semi-final matches, but before we do that, let us take a look at this tournament structure, as this tournament has taken place through the course of 4 days, round of 16 to the quarterfinals late last night, and now we are at the semis. Winners of these matches compete later today for that World Series of Poker bracelets. And let's mention those matchups. First up, one of our semifinal matchups on our side feature Ryuta Nakai taking on Dimitar Danchev. Now, Danchev has won a World Series of Poker bracelet before, and it came in this format. It came online back in 2022 in that 10K Heads Up Championship against some of GG's toughest competitors. Certainly a force to be reckoned with. That brings us here to the main stage, where we do have Alex Foxen taking on Nikita Kuznetsov. Now, Kuznetsov has to be on that list of best players to not yet have won a World Series of Poker bracelet yet. He was close though back in 2021, finished in second in the 10K 6-max. Certainly used to being under the bright lights, to having the camera trained on him. We've seen him compete in that Triton high roller scene, and I feel like we see this guy compete time and time again. That would be Alex Foxen, undoubtedly now one of the best players in the world. 3 World Series of Poker bracelets to his name, including that 250K Super High Roller, including that 100K Triton main at WSOP Paradise. Still needs a couple more, though, to catch up to Chrissy. We'll see if he gets the job done today. And to start that job, let's send it to these two of your favorites, Ali Najad and Nick Schulman, to kick off the final day of the 25K Heads Up Championship.
Let's go. 25K Heads Up Championship coverage. Yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside your favorite, Nick Schulman. Finished heartbreakingly second in the $1,500 Badoogie just yesterday, playing, commentating, and obviously a Hall of Famer. Always a treat here. And of course, when we're going to talk about treats, having these 4 as our semifinalists, Nick, certainly a worthy moniker.
Definitely, Ali. How are you?
I'm doing well, my friend. How you doing?
It's good to see you.
Likewise. Getting the summer started early here. Generally got to wait till the back end of this thing before you and I get some booth run.
This is a great match. Love seeing a Russian versus Fox, and it feels very...
rocky?
Yeah, kind of Rocky-esque.
Things a little rocky for the Ace-7, especially given that Foxen has now improved to a pair on the turn here. Kuznetsov defended against the open from the button, flop top pair, it went check, check, and now he's reaching for tokens.
He goes for 1.5x pot. Note the kind of calm gaze from the Fox. Imagine he's continuing. Don't love it, but...
These overbets are something that we saw come into favor deeper into this tournament, and to great effect. Kuznetsov getting extra value out of that queen for the time being. Let's see whether or not another street is on his mind after Foxen made the call. Does feel like a queen could be good quite often here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. Queens with an irrelevant kicker, check, check, 1.5x pot call. Now, what kind of ideas does he go for? Looks like he goes for 60% pot. And for Fox, we beat things like 3-4 of spades. Maybe some other kind of tricky bluffs with meaningless cards. But we do, of course, fall to a lot of things. Don't really think Fox has the right one to turn into a bluff. See what he goes for. Great at sniffing these out.
Early in the matches where we tended to see some of that curiosity invested in, for lack of a better way to put it, just because the penalty isn't as acute, but Foxen does correctly step aside there to Kuznetsov. No slouch, $4.5 million in career earnings over there. Of course, paltry compared to Foxen. Kuznetsov path, by the way, went through the man he called his favorite player, El Conquistador, in round 1. On day 1B, Thomas Aishan, also one of those who fell. As you see Nikita commemorating this historic run for him. Justin Saliba gave him all he could handle. Ultimately, 6s versus Jack, set over set on the flop. And then the last man to lie in Nikita's wake was Henry Pouston, and that's the heads-up sniper, by the way. He comes down here and plays this event and this event only sometimes, and Button Clicker is what he goes by online. Well known to those who dare to test him.
Puustinen is a legendary heads-up player for sure. And Kuznetsov, a great player in his own right. He's tough. I've played with him a few times. He has a kind of icy presence, knows what he's doing, plays pretty fast, kind of has an old school vibe, but is clearly a new school sort of player.
You know, I put this concept to David Williams during our coverage prior to this point, that if this heads-up event is a track and field meet, there's decathletes out there, people who have a lot of... and then there's some who are strictly specialists, and in that way they kind of remind me of those celebrated sprinters, right? I'm here because I do the 100-yard dash and nothing else, and respect better be put on my name. These four, do they kind of rise to that level of notoriety within the heads-up ranks?
You know, the Fox is just kind of all-around great and has clearly shown heads-up prowess. I'm not certain what Dimitar or Ryuta's heads-up background is, but one thing for sure is all four are practitioners of two-card poker and have deep ideas. They might not be button clicker level or some of the legendary cash players over the years, but they're all real players.
And given that they have the accolades that they do, one thing that we know is they've spent some time in the heads-up streets, because you can't hoist a title without that step.
Very true. No noteworthy. Most tournaments have the big blind ante. This is no ante, so it is more cash game style. And players who've played a lot of cash certainly have that advantage of just kind of looking at this format and generating ideas. Love seeing the Fox out there. No surprise to see him whatsoever.
At all.
We see the road to the semis.
Yeah, Vinny Langham falling in round 1. Round 2, it was not Alan, but Alex Keating. Some often get things confused there. And then Joey Weissman would end up conceding the third of 3 matches on day 1A, allowing Foxen to take a breather. On day 2, he would take down Brandon Wilson. That wasn't an easy match. And then Thomas Boivin, by the way, who's got a tidy game on him. That one was a real tug-of-war.
That was a great match, but the Brandon Wilson match was a great one as well for those that didn't catch it. We see Dimitar and Nakai on the outer table. I've heard really good things about Ryuta from some in the know, and of course Dimitar, a legend.
Now, apparently for those in the YouTube streets in Japan, Nakai is a very well-known entity, and in fact, believe it or not, his content centers around horse racing.
No, I mean, I heard that the other day. My father used to train horses, so this is unbelievable. Not that neither here nor there, but that's incredible, obviously. So the horse racing Japanese community, shout out Japan. We see the defend.
Nakai, by the way, the only player who required 2 bullets to get down here. And I think that says a little something. I mean, completely undefeated, clean sheets for the other 3 opponents. Nakai had the hiccup, got back in the saddle, though, recentered himself. Meanwhile, here he is with a gutter. His jack high still in front of Donchev's 8-4 off, which fell into the raise camp on the button.
A little bit interesting here. Goes for the check again.
Yeah, picked up that 2-way straight draw. Queen on the end, parks itself in Nakai's corner. King high straight.
Donchev really didn't like his just black, kind of irrelevant cards, albeit open-ended on the turn.
Yeah, we don't love the jack if it rolls off. The 6 makes our hand a touch face up. Oh, Nakai slips it here.
He really did slip it, Ali, and a good choice. As we would assume Danchev goes for some sort of a bluff.
75,000.
And we'll see for Nakai. It's interesting. The Jack of Hearts is really nice to have. But do we get called by worse if we raise? Sometimes we run into Ace Jack or a flush. It's obviously weighing call or raise, and it looks like he is reaching. Will, of course, do it.
Those ones always feel a little bit dirty. Certainly in bounds. Danchev got caught with a hook in his cheek there. Courtesy of Japan's number 7 all time. Nakai's path included knifing his way through Brock Wilson. That was his day 1B round 3 opponent. Day 2, round of 16 action. He would take down the grinder, although some might argue that the grinder took himself down with an overly valiant attempt to shed 2 9s. Then it was El Jefe who had himself. I couldn't tell if that was a bow, by the way, at the end. But then
I do think that was an homage to Japan, a hug and a shake. Shout out El Jefe, man. I mean, that was. He gave him a full, respectful bow.
Yeah, deep bow. Jefe, by the way, a 2.0 iteration of kind of his game. You know, he's been very positive of late. Used to be kind of a negative guy when things wouldn't go his way.
I like what I'm seeing from Jefe.
And I think the results have kind of followed. I think he's just been in a better place overall when he's out there rumbling. Did make a deep and respectful run, got himself into the money.
Note Nakai folding the button when there's the big blind ante. In theory, you don't fold. With the lack of the ante, you do shed the worst hands in the deck.
Just less to play for. Ace deuce takes us to the second floor. Nakai defending the Jack 10. Finds himself second pair here, more than we can say for Danchev.
Check. And check.
Check back from Dimitar. Board pairing 7. Doesn't complicate things for him. Same story for Nakai, presumably. Does improve his kicker a touch.
I think at this point, Dimitar pretty content to try to show this down. He is reaching for something of a value bet. Not trying to get better to fold.
This is just a gentle directive toward the exits for a multitude of holdings. Of course,
Jack the exit / an inquisitive king.
5 on the end.
Would have to think Dimitar just checks the river and tries to beat King 9 and such.
Yeah. Sure enough, it does go.
It's interesting in a heads-up tournament. There's no ICM per se. Right. ICM kind of speaks to the idea of you wait around and people around you bust in a normal tournament. But here you simply have to win the match to advance. So in theory, you kind of try to just make the decision that makes the most every time. But there is a kind of emotional ICM. They all want to win. They all want to make the finals. We haven't seen any big pots yet. But it's still this just sort of... You know,
I'm glad that you touch on that concept, Nick, because so often you have people assigning android status, these robots, with respect to some of the top tier professionals these days. But underneath it all, if you do have any of that emotion, heads up is going to bring it to the surface more than any other discipline.
Curious to see how Danchev responds to a C-bet.
Queen 9 dominated.
30,000.
Seems a bit much to fold versus 30% pot.
Lack of a club is unpleasant, of course.
Let's just go for the call.
When he finds a pretty card on the turn, insofar as he makes an open-ender. Would have preferred it not to have come in club form, of course. Note that Nakai has a Broadway gutter as his development.
And check.
King, of course, would be a real issue, and instead it's a 9. And that gives Donchev a winner.
Do we go for a block type size with the 9?
40,000.
And are our bluffs things like King of Clubs, small card? Maybe a Queen of Clubs? Maybe even some just middle-y cards with a club. Heads up is pretty vast.
Quarter pot sizing here, 5-1 lay on a call for the ace queen.
For Nakai, it's obviously annoying. Does keep him honest.
9.
Yep. Just a hand of poker there. But not just any opponent in Dimitar Donchev. That man, number 3 all-time on Bulgaria's money list. And boy, those two banners fly tall, don't they? In his wake, Kilian Desnos fired twice in this one. Florian Pesce, a Frenchman. Day 2 round of 16. Florian turned the Queen 5 into a bluff. Dimitar wasn't going to step away from his straight. And then Ding Biao, who took down Daniel Negreanu in fairly brutal fashion. The ace-9 versus ace-queen being the critical exchange there.
Daniel didn't seem so happy about that one on the end from what I saw.
Who would have been? He had a 10-1 chip lead, I'm told, at one point.
Bottom set for Kuznetsov, top pair for Fox, Ali.
There will be blood. See if Foxen can keep the damage to a minimum. He is the aggressor pre. And he's following through post for 3/4.
And right away, if Kuznetsov raises, it's pretty sick for Fox. You'd much rather have something like 5-6 or a club or any sort of future. You're a bit naked with just the 8, but likely seeing a turn.
245.
Running 6-7, kind of the only way the 9 becomes useful.
245,000.
There is the immediate check raise. With a measure of texture on the board, Kuznetsov applying the filter.
Don't really think there's any play for Fox but call. But again, we're not particularly excited if we're in Foxen's seat.
He concurs with your assessment as the extra 170 is delivered. Pot close to 600,000. And now we have a real problem for the American. Trip 8s versus the Philly. A 5 or a 9 for salvation. Certainly could have drawn dead easily on the turn, but now a very damaging development to Foxen's prospects.
And what kind of a size do you like, Ali, or lack thereof? It's a bit weird because if Fox has something like King of Clubs, Queen, we don't really need to go that big. I think he...
Did he go over bet?
No,
I felt like it could have been
kind of pedestrian.
335, is that it? Yeah, okay. It's just so much hand you don't want to usher anybody out of there that might otherwise be calling versus a smaller size. You just feel quite nutted.
And for Fox, I think we're going for the call. You could make a case to raise, certainly, but sometimes Kuznetsov just has some kind of Queen of Clubs 6 or something with very little equity. 1.26 in the middle. It's a winner for Kuznetsov and a very dry river that will prove costly for the Fox.
1.25 million in the middle.
And by the way, the overbet you were speculating about on the turn might very well be coming now. Because now we can do the whole, I have either an amazing hand or a bluff kind of game, where the turn is a bit more confusing in a way.
The Polar Express might be pulling out of the station.
$260.
Oh, he just goes for 20% pot or something in this realm.
Nick, I don't think this is a man trying to ensure a payday. I think this is a man with more nefarious thoughts on his mind.
You know something, Ali, you're very right. This is nasty, actually. Because after the ensuing raise, which is forced from Fox in the face of such a size, unless he comes with some outrageous read, Kuznetsov is now kind of saying he has something like 10-7, found a way to kind of hit the 10. And after Fox raises, Kuznetsov is going to jam, and this is really sick. What a great find from Kuznetsov. If he goes for 1.5x pot, Fox calls. Now, as you said, he's finding a way to maybe get stacks in.
Risking leaving meat on the bone to perhaps feast even more mightily. And there it is, Nick. The bait is taken, and one cannot fault Foxen versus 260 for being lured into this situation. 1.5 million total. And Nikita's never worried his hand is no good, correct?
Well, I mean, it's crossing his mind, but we're all in.
We just accept our fate. Is it ever one of those situations where we stop and ask ourselves, if I jam over the top of this, will worse ever call me?
No, because Fox can simply have that 8. That's such a real hand for him to have.
And couldn't escape it in the face of the jam.
Even something like queens or kings for the Fox, once Kuznetsov goes for the very slippery block type size on the river, high-level poker involves raising uncomfortable hands versus such sizes, as it's just kind of the way it works. But it's this, and there it is. I have a feeling we have a long tank on our hands.
The dump truck being unloaded, along with the full clip for Kuznetsov, and he does cover. Foxen early in this one, one call away from the showers.
Kuznetsov is cool, man, and a great player, and I like him, but just this shouldn't be allowed.
There's an amorality to it.
You gotta draw the line somewhere, I feel. But it's all good. I'm not super stringent on it, but...
Are we talking about the full turtle?
You know, I mean...
I thought the line was something that you were saying was a little too
no, the line should be allowed, yes. Check and raise permitted. Block all in permitted, but... And listen, if there's anybody to obscure your face and stuff with, it is the Fox.
Oh, the gaze is legendary and piercing from Alex. Well chronicled. You've been on the other side of it yourself on more than one occasion.
I don't really know what the ideas are for Fox, whether it's a mix or just a pure call. It's pretty sick. He's saying he has a better hand. He really is. But trip 8s. And the kicker, the 9 of diamonds, is interesting. Do we want it? Do we not want it?
This is never...
he does get away.
My
Sick.
goodness, bravo,
Sick,
Alex
sick,
Foxen.
sick.
That takes a lot to say goodbye to that much of your stack with that much hand, Nick.
Beautiful.
Is a painful experience, but sparing himself and fighting on is Foxen as Kuznetsov surges to 7 million, but more importantly, not the W.
Fox is so good. That was an awesome fold. Heads up, it's very easy when you have just a great hand to, you know, part of the art of heads up is folding great hands because the ranges are so wide. And it's just hard. It's kind of, that was tremendous.
I think the biggest hand that we bore witness to being mucked was by Henry Pouston in an 8-high flush on a paired board.
I saw that one. He did overbet turn, and then Kuznetsov came out blocking river. He raised, and now Kuznetsov all in, so it's a bit, you know, he's really doing the whole I have a full house thing, but it was still a great fold.
Yeah.
I was watching that one.
And interestingly, Kuznetsov involved in that one as well.
All right. A little less than a 3-1 lead now for the Ruski.
Oh, wow. He's still feeling it, by the way. The weight of that seismic exchange still rippling through that seat.
70.
Kuznetsov with 8s, Foxens with 7s. And this is a losing recipe here. Shogo Ohtani, by the way, who was in this event, I just spied on the rail.
Sorry, you didn't say Shohei Ohtani.
No, Shogo.
Okay, I missed, you know, I believe the Dodgers played tonight, so I was a little bit confused.
And also, I believe Ohtani would be well served to stay away from casinos and gambling establishments in general.
Yeah.
Now.
Chip.
Kuznetsov found the 70% pot call from Foxen. A couple of checks on the turn. Likely a couple of checks on the river. I don't think Fox has to bluff this. Has things like 9-6. Maybe though he is. Okay, there it is.
7.
All right. Not a good start for the Fox, Ollie.
No. You kind of see the way he rolled that 7 over with a measure of hope, kind of beyond.
Can we shout out the chat, or is that not a thing?
No, for sure.
How we doing, everybody? We see you guys out in the YouTube streets. Very happy to be here. Very grateful to be watching some great poker tonight. Beautiful night in the desert. Appreciate all of you with us.
I got to ask, Nick, because I know you put in a big slate every single summer. Was there an event that you would have otherwise been playing had you not made the decision to come in and kind of be a part of this side of the operation tonight?
Everything today was interesting, but tomorrow's the 10K no limit deuce to 7, so I'm happy to sort of rest up for that. I might have flicked that GG Millions 10K, though, as we see Nakai with 7s.
He'll be flicking in a raise.
There it is, 50.
You know, I started to touch on it,
for
by
the
way.
Bulgarian. Yes,
this is
Ollie.
good stuff. But these two flags in particular, man, each successive summer, I feel like field stronger and more robust sides, Bulgaria and Japan.
Well, to me, the Bulgarian prowess has been established, but the Japanese are really coming into their own, and I'm very keen to kind of watch the development. I just can't help but be impressed by them as we see Nakai walking into it, going for the quite small 4-bet with his 7s.
Sort of pawing at each other pre-flop.
A little bit of a paw, Ollie.
So the added 200,000 supplied by Donchev. Pot grows to 800K. Jack 6 is the kind of board texture that both of these holdings are going to be getting down with. $350, the follow-through sizing from Nakai after Donchev checked it.
Donchev with a very comfortable bluff catcher. Kind of just the don't fold plan.
So now another 700,000, almost doubling the size of the pot. And an ace is an unwelcome arrival for both of these hands.
It's a little bit interesting for Ryuta. Maybe not now, but would think we're just checking down, but he can target 8s through even kings if he keeps doing things. And look at this, Ollie. He is reaching. He goes for 1.1. It's a rather interesting find. It really messes up the exact hand we're looking at, 2 9s.
Is this more so because Nakai senses the ace belongs more to him as played?
I think there's something of the belonging, and also 18 combos of 8s through 10s. That's a really kind of nice find. I don't know what the ideas are, but it does make a lot of sense.
Well, 7-4 offsuit in the YouTube chat asks, are the Japanese the new Brazilians? You remember we talked about that samba that they brought to the summer, hyper aggro, really posting a lot of results. Does that hold water for you as an assessment?
You know, the comparison of each nation's particular style is a little bit tricky, but they're here. They're taking poker very seriously, and they're impressive. To me, Brazilian players have a unique lane, kind of, that will just stick to the match. Obviously, some of them are great all-around players. They have different styles, but you can generalize nations a bit stylistically, but at the end of the day, you know, they're all individuals, kind of.
Would the adjective that you would give that Japanese delegation be aggression in the same way in which we kind of gave it to Brazil?
I wouldn't say they're... When I see a Japanese player, I'm thinking, you know, this guy is going to be insane.
Yeah.
I think more
Calculated?
very disciplined, calculated, hardworking, perhaps a wealth of ideas and preparation and such, just prideful kind of people. I don't know if that's, you know...
No.
Or the Brazilians are insane. You know,
Yeah,
you don't want to mess with Brazil. You know what I mean?
It's a little clinical when it comes to that flag for sure. Not a wealth of hand, however, on this occasion for Nakai. Just queen high from start to finish. Donchev's 6s have been bashful post. Understandably.
Showdown. Queen high.
Knuckled all the way down.
6s.
Donchev will pick up a small rebate here. Dimitar's resume, by the way, north of $10 million in career earnings. Largest career score, $1.8 million. About 7.6 of that total career figure comes across 183 cashes at the World Series, 14 final tables, and he did pick up a bracelet in an online heads-up championship in 2022, worthy of note. Now then, go back over to Foxen, who's still struggling against Kuznetsov, but he could have been on his bike had he clicked call with those trip 8s, found the muck, and now finds an open-ender here after defending against the Queen 6. Open, 30K follow-through from Nikita.
Fox with 120 big blinds.
Yeah, he's not panicked.
Not panicked.
And, you know, I always wonder how people are going to respond when they get that early spot in terms of Kuznetsov, the big 3-1 chip lead. Do you just kind of go for the jugular and make this really uncomfortable? Or do you just settle in and play the same game you were going to when you got underway?
Try to take the spots as they come.
On the topic of spots, how about this one for Foxen? 2 kings on the puck, 50 to skate. Kuznetsov laces up. Seven off. Fails to connect with the Queen Jack 5 board. Disappointingly, of course, for those 2 kings. So that one will be limited in its profitability. And let's send it down to Jeff Platt for an update from the Omaha streets.
Well, another day at the World Series, of course, means there's just so much going on here. And the buzz in this room is always electric when Phil Hellmuth is making a run, and that is what the 17-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner is doing right here at the 10K Omaha 8 or Better Championship. Now, Hellmuth's last bracelet win came in 2023, 3 final tables since, including a 3rd-place finish last year in the 2500 Omaha 8 or Better / Stud 8 or Better event. A tough level of competition here for Mr. Hellmuth to deal with. Scott Clements in the mix, Dylan Wiseman is here, along with the defending champion of this very event, Ryan Bambrick. We will keep you posted on everything going on at this Omaha 8 or better final table. Guys.
When people make those successive deep runs in a particular event, I'm always just taken aback at how difficult it is. And Adam Friedman won 3 consecutive Dealer's Choice events here in the world. I don't know that anybody's going to three-peat an event ever. That is such a staggering feat.
Agree that that's right up there with, you know, the craziest kind of accomplishments in World Series history. Flush draw working for Nakai. The Jack of Diamonds and the 6 for Danchev.
Reigning champ, by the way, in this event, Nick, Artur Martirosyan, very well-known commodity in the high-stakes streets, but failing to work his way into the money this time out.
Stone Killer Artur, that was a nice sweat last year as well. Some really interesting matches. This tournament always gives us great sweats.
It just attracts the people who have a taste for competition and aren't looking for a strawberry patch, per se.
And you know, when people get knocked out of this event, if you really watch, 9 out of 10 times they're sick. The handshake is quick. The storm off is real. It's an emotional event. You got beat by that guy or girl. It's not, you know, you bust out of a multi-table tournament, they all got you. It's, you know, good luck, guys. But here, it's you got to look them right in the face and say, good game. It's.
I guess the debate with respect to Heads Up, Nick, centers around the card distribution. You know, there are certainly matches where we recognize that nobody in your seat as you take the L was going to win that day.
That's poker in general, though, and it's a maddening and kind of beautiful game, you know, across the board. There's good runs, there's bad runs. You just kind of keep chugging along and playing, but it's not, you know, the luck is real, but the skill is very real as well.
So far, the only chugging Danchev has been doing is the force feeding of a tall glass of Asahi, as Nakai has gotten the best of him early, but second pair here, the best hand. Pre-flop aggressor, following through for 45,000. You like a Japanese beer? A Sapporo?
I enjoy a Japanese beer from time to time. Yes, sure, Holly.
I was actually on X earlier today and got wind of the fact that the famous late-night spot Musashi that so many poker players frequent, there's photos on the wall, signatures, has been shut down for months, it would seem, after an SUV ran into the place.
Yeah, it did. You know, I hope they get back on their feet. I was unaware.
It's a big time for Musashi.
Yes, that's a you know, an SUV careening into your establishment is a bad beat. For Danchev, after check call, check check, 190 in the middle, queens with a 9, of course a key 9. Do we bluff a 3? If we didn't check raise flop with deuce 3, 3, 5. The jack kind of really makes the big blind's range incredibly strong. The big straight draws got there, the little straight draws got there.
And showdown.
Does go for check. And Ryuta wisely checks back.
Knowing when to exercise a little bit of restraint can go a long way to maintaining that chip lead.
Blinds are 10-25 now.
I'll tell you, my experience with that Japanese core thus far this summer has been watching them take rack after rack and head to the cashier's window in the mixed game streets. And I've come to find out that there's actually a specific school that's been started by one of the players in the game targeting the 8160 mix in Vegas, and he sends students down here to crush us.
I cannot come tonight. Ali-san is playing.
Game is good. Trip 10s here. Ace high versus the pocket 3s. Advantage Kuznetsov. 70K follow through. Foxen going to peel.
And for Foxen, he is probably facing the entirety of Kuznetsov's opening range. Would imagine he's just range betting this board.
King on the turn now, alleviating the 4. There's any prospective kicker concern, but of course, That king could have connected with Kuznetsov, who might have been following through with some of that stuff.
This is kind of cool from Kuznetsov. For one, we do just sometimes get called again, and we're still in the lead. He knows there's a variety of ace highs. We would think he's not really trying to get better to fold ever. Often these low pairs in more condensed range spots are kind of bluffs or merges. This was just straight value from Kuznetsov. Fox keeping him honest once more.
6 rates to be very irrelevant as played. If Nikita were to bet this river as well, though, Nick, that would be a statement barrel. Perhaps requiring too much chutzpah?
Yeah, that would really be a dialed-in read.
Those are the kind of barrels that when you're on the calling side of it, if Foxen were to have clicked that button, you look across the guy and go, okay.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. That's the match we're going to play.
You're not wrong.
She's talking to them.
Almost, you know, is disrespectful a fair way to describe that river barrel with 3s versus the ace of Foxen finds showdown?
I wouldn't say disrespectful. Maybe an idea would be that the opponent in such a spot is never folding an ace. If you have a crazy dynamic
65.
like that where you think they're 3-betting better pairs a disproportionate amount of the time and never folding an ace, yeah, you could say that's disrespectful from that sense, but pretty tough, Ali. Just the 3s. The war rages on. A couple of offsuit queens.
That it does, but you can see Foxen's platoon continues to be the smaller one by a wide margin, as many of his troops involuntarily defected earlier on. But here he is with top 2 against top pair in an effort to welcome them back home.
Is the Fox about to right the ship a little bit?
35K. Check called by Kuznetsov.
Oh my God. Nasty.
A cold front has just descended upon this match. We already had the thermostat lowered when 4's full and trip 8's collided, but this is brutal. Queens and 6s for Kuznetsov on the turn. He checks it. A ton of hand here for Foxen, and is this the overbet? 250 into 200.
This is a bit close for Kuznetsov. A lot of times when they overbet, we mostly go into call mode, but here there's a variety of draws. Looks like we are going up. This could be a wrap for the Fox. This is pretty brutal, Ali. See how he plays it if he goes for call or just puts it in.
I mean, the 3-4 is clearly something that we have an eye on, but queens and 5s is heaps of hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of 2-pair that's possible playing heads up. Obviously inferior to top 2. There's the combo draws. The light is dimming for the Fox.
Set against the backdrop of that pivotal trip 8's 4's full, where he didn't call and didn't see what Kuznetsov had.
2.19.
Do you think that plays any part whatsoever in Foxen's approach here, as he does bring the 3-bet, Nick?
Very unlucky for the Fox. He played tremendously well. One of the best ever.
He isn't drawing dead.
No.
Important to note. But one can't blame him for beginning the process of departure here, as it feels very much like the deck had other ideas for Alex here in these semifinals. A 5, however, we'd have ourselves some extended play. Happens 5% of the time. Any nickels in the change slot? No.
Good luck, bro. Okay. What you
Good
fold?
game.
Straight? 8. Nice fold. I had full house pocket 4.
Yeah, I almost just called the river.
Reach. Yeah. Reach 8. King. No blocker. Okay. Nice fold. Yeah, GG.
It's nice to hear.
Yeah, I guess somewhat comforting, but...
What do you fold, an 8? Actually, I bluff you there. Yes, good game.
That's critical.
See you later this summer.
Oh, you are fish. I have nothing.
Nikita Kuznetsov, welcome to the finals, my man.
I played too fast with you.
What a feeling.
I hope final. You?
Yeah, I think me and Sal are going to be switching out, so it'll be both of us.
Please, only you.
No, I'm not leaving.
Oh, Kuznetsov put in a special request for
when final?
For the dealer.
Which time final?
You know, I win 800,000
$830?
US.
By the way, she can deal finals.
Which time final?
830? What's your name? Work in the streets.
We have another match, by the way. Let's see.
Yeah.
I know we will. You guys see it there, 128 entrants. Heads Up is so pure, kind of like a tennis tournament or other 1v1 sports. 800 dimes for first, 25 racks to enter. Ali.
528 on lockup, by the way, for Kuznetsov, along with whomever it is that joins him in the final. That's a 228K pay ladder beyond the 300K that these two have locked up. As we revisit the only remaining semifinal match, Nakai with a couple of 9s. That hand famously propelled him to this point against the grinder. 3-betting Donchev's King Jack open now as 60 becomes 200.
Calls 200.
Donchev hangs in there, straddling that queen. One over to the 9s. Nakai with the betting lead.
Check.
Comes with check. Pot control approach post here with that board texture, Nick?
Kind of a typical sort of checking hand. A pair, a pip or two below the top card.
And a top card, I guess, that falls into the open and then call 3-bet range for Donchev reasonably often.
Check.
Very much so. They're incredibly deep as well. So you don't just range bet every board with impunity in 3-bet pots. Checks it once more. Donchev with the raw King Jack high and the Jack of Diamonds working checks as well.
Ace of Diamonds now on the end.
Would imagine it at least crosses Dimitar's mind to bluff after the likely check from Nakai.
Check.
Is Nakai ever checking an ace is played?
I think it's possible.
Three consecutive checks from the pre-flop 3-better, though, does have a tinge of honesty to it, doesn't it?
It does, but it could also easily be 7s through jacks. A very real grouping of hands. And if he thinks Nakai does check it, winner for Ryuta.
No pair. Took it to showdown for free, but not going to take the purse as that goes Ryuta's way.
It's a very tricky hand class, the best king. It's kind of like you have a little bit of showdown, but you sort of know you lose in that spot, but maybe you win 2-3% of the time. It's just a hard hand class to bluff. You should sometimes, but it's just difficult.
Yeah, you're torn between the needlessness of it, perceived, you know.
Have so many other hands that are worse. Yet blockers and such can trump just having your lowest cards. Queen Duck for Nakai.
Call 60.
Ganchev goes for the call. Could 3-bet probably sometimes.
Check.
Monotone jack high board here, giving Nakai a queen high flush draw. Sort of no man's land here for the 8-5.
30,000.
Donchev check folding. You know, over the years, Nick, I've made attempts. Oh, hang on. Let's send it down to Jeff.
Well, Nikita, I asked you the other day how happy you were to advance, so I have to ask you now, how happy are you to beat Alex Foxen?
The same, I'm very happy. I'm happy that I won so fast. Same cooler, and I won. It's one of the greatest players of the world, and yeah, I'm happy now. Just relax and wait for final. I hope I won.
And we will see you then. And if you do win, I will ask you how happy you would be to win a World Series of Poker bracelet. Good luck tonight, guys. Let's send it back to you.
60,000.
Well, seems like Kuznetsov is just moisturized in his lane.
He's definitely moist right now, Ollie.
Sorry. From the win, or Nakai defending here. Some in the chat, by the way, suggesting that Nakai hasn't actually been playing poker that long, Nick. Only a couple of years, allegedly, as he's here with top pair and continues to kind of hold the deck in this particular match. But not only to have the confidence to pony up in this particular event for 25K, no less, but to perform at the level that he has. If this is indeed accurate, it is even more impressive.
You're right, Ali.
How's there?
You're very exposed in an event like this. Heads up, of course, you simply are playing the most hands of any other format. You have to travel all sorts of streets.
And also kind of playing parts of the deck that you wouldn't otherwise find yourself playing with such frequency. And, you know, the unfamiliarity with those spots is where a lot of that exposure can take shape. Meanwhile, Nakai improving to the open-ender. Donchev not going to bite as he took one swing at things with 5-eye, not a second.
$130.
Straightforward value and release there. And what I started to say earlier, Nick, was that on, you know, across the years, I've made multiple attempts to work our way together into some, you know, let's go to the lodge, let's take a trip here or there. Perhaps a visit to the land of the rising sun for, you know, a tour of the horse racing circuit with Ryuta Nakai would be something we could interest you in.
You and I, you mean, Ali, or just in general?
Well, you know, you have some background, some experience also in the ponies.
Maybe we descend on the rising sun at some point.
Yeah,
the land of the rising sun. Do you know why horses are smarter than us, Ali?
I do not.
They don't bet on people.
That is a known fact. And certainly suggests that they do have at least some measure of intelligence that we lack. The horse, people are really like all in on that. You know, you've been around those guys, racing forums, Sunday morning.
Oh, I mean, my father was a. Have you ever heard of the? You know something? Let's just focus on the action.
Well, did Pop take you down to the track?
We went to the track often, and we would also go to a place called the OTB. Off-track betting.
Oh.
Little establishment.
So you're not actually at the place,
That's
but
right.
it's just the,
Still,
you know.
It can facilitate the wagering of people, you know, keen to kind of watch a race.
I got to tell you, my dad didn't take me
Here we are gambling.
to these sorts of places.
Yeah.
I was at the jungle gym, you know.
Yeah. No, I was at the jungle gym, too. We got the monkey bars in. A7 suited for Nakai.
60.
always like Dimitar's affect out there. He has a kind of chess grandmaster vibe. You know, he's at work here.
Is unbothered a fair way?
I wouldn't even say unbothered, just a kind of chiseled Eastern European kind of games player vibe. This is business, you know?
Sure. And the business of middle pair is proving more profitable for Donchev than the ace high of Nakai. Comes with check call. Wet board. And things dampening for Ryuta as he picks up that second club to produce the nut flush draw.
$225.
225 puts Queen of Clubs, 4 of Diamonds into a weird situation. For one, do we want the 4 of Diamonds, or would we prefer it to not be a diamond, to free up bluffs for Nakai that include the 4 of Diamonds? So that's one question. He has just gone very nice from Ryuta.
Wow. Sometimes we can be guilty if we've had a string of kind of winners shown to us in these matches to presume that that momentum carries on. And
that's so true. Showdown history is very relevant, even at the highest levels where we think somebody's frequencies are just so harmonious and into it. It's the way humans kind of are.
Yeah.
50, yeah.
50,000.
That nowhere to run, nowhere to hide phenomenon of heads-up poker really does put wrinkles into us that other experiences on the felt simply don't supply.
175.
I know you've played quite a bit of heads up yourself, perhaps more mixed and limit, but you've been out there battling some, right?
You know Chris Vitch?
Of course.
Legendary mixed game player, now a coach. Famously back in the day, unbeknownst to me, he went by the name Death Donkey. And I think I was almost asleep, and I decided to fire up my laptop while laying down.
How'd that go for you, Ali?
We were in a 5-10, I think, limit hole. He actually made a training video, and I think it was entitled How to Play Against a Maniac.
There you go.
And, yeah, I was out to a nice lead, and then things turned on me.
Yes.
For old Vichy. 60. And I may or may not have had some choice words in the chat box for,
oh, dear.
For Christopher. This is going back 2 decades. But,
sure.
You know, I would still be capable today of that. Not to suggest I've matured.
I've heard, Ali.
Jack 4 here. Queen 6, dominant pre-flop, but again failing to improve. And Nakai sort of developing this unrelenting peppering of Donchev.
Does have a backdoor and an over, though. I would think this is call or raise. Probably a very real amount of raise, in theory. Usually that paint over card and the backdoor, at the very least, sometimes comes to mind. Goes for call. Kind of gazes up at the heavens. Probably some sort of calculation.
I've caught him kind of looking around a little bit myself.
That's what I'm saying. He's locked in. He's thinking, you know. And for Nakai with the gut shot, the potential to maybe bluff a heart on the river, and really targeting things like we're looking at, the queen highs and king highs. This is very nice from Ryuta.
And again, manages to take the best hand and put it into the bin. But the thing that it's important to note is if Dimitar can just keep himself centered and focused, that one big pot could come around and erase all of those L's in one fell swoop.
Congrats to everybody here. What were there, 20,000 players, some odd, Ali?
I think it's going to be the biggest field of the summer, and it won't be close. Did you see the guy who pulled the $1 million bounty?
I saw the gentleman that pulled the million. Congratulations. I mean,
The interview was spectacular.
I didn't see the interview, but I saw him just pull it.
But the interview was the best part. Misreading the booth, he steps up to the chest, and he's got really good odds to hit the million. I turned to David Williams, and I said, not this guy, because it's going into a mutual fund. And I definitely don't want to see that. And he rips it and then suggests that it's going to, quote, drugs, alcohol, and women.
Strike out with the Holy Trinity, if you will. Well, there's,
I almost left the booth. David and I really wanted to get hot on the tail of Andrew Shelton.
Much like the kid who hit the bounty last year and put out I believe his name is Tyler Montoya. Is that? I'm pretty sure he put out an APB alert to all strip clubs in the greater area to stay open tonight and expect his arrival. So we've had some really interesting bounty winners the last few summers.
More than a few shekels from that gold chest have been redistributed over at the Minty Rhinoceros.
Yeah.
And other establishments as well. I mean, maybe
it's just
somebody's
in a variety of ways the redistribution has occurred.
Little darlings might get 10 or 15 bucks out of the million.
All right, Ollie. Okay.
That's got to be the dustiest one, right? I mean, I'm no connoisseur, but
we're not doing this right now. We're not ranking the local strip clubs. We're just not.
I'm not the guy for it anyway, man.
No.
Okay.
3-bet from Nakai, ace-3 off. Danchev likely not going anywhere. He'd like it to be a touch cleaner, but these are still the hands deep that we really covet. Make a straight flush, flop huge draws. This hand plays better than something like King 10 off, even though that's reasonable to continue as well. Bottom pair for Dimitar, nothing for Nakai.
And on this occasion, Danchev having the benefit of position against Nakai. And with Ryuta not following through on this board, Danchev with an opportunity to seize the initiative, should he so choose. But that Jack-9 of diamonds a little pesky.
160.
Undaunted, he fires 60. 160, forgive me. And that'll be that.
That was interesting from Danchev.
Now 1530 this hand.
How so?
Just going for the 6 and change big blinds on the flop. Kind of not a straight value bet, but just interesting. We can all think about it as poker players.
Playing around with different sizing. It is important not to fall into the trap of doing any one thing with 100% consistency out there in these heads-up streets, right?
It's okay for certain spots to just go for one thing, but yeah, you don't want to be easy to read or have overt patterns. Of course, you have to mix it up and switch gears within the confines of not doing something utterly ridiculous. Sometimes you can mix it up too much and leave 60 big blinds out there just for no reason. So it's a give and a take. And that is part of the beauty of poker. You can do something not great sometimes, and then it can pay off down the road. Many of our most kind of creative, crazy, quote-unquote players have mastered that sort of ability to not be scared to look kind of dumb or something, and then make it work down the road. Bottom pair for Nakai. Nothing for Danchev. It is his board, somewhat. The ace is the aggressor. For Ryuta, I would have to think we have a check-raise candidate at least some of the time. All suits covered, a very typical kind of combo. Does just go for call. Which certainly is fine.
So another 60.
There is the 10 for Danchev.
Okay. Putting him in the lead. And I assume an idea is to target things like 9x and 3x with that 10 with some frequency, though Donchev does end up checking back.
Absolutely. And here,
Check.
Does Donchev go for value to target simply the 9 or the 3, or some pairs between? Ten's a pretty good hand after check, small bet call, check, check, check.
$100.
And he knows it.
Goes for half pot. And for Ryuta, it's possible this is one of those spots where all 3 options are on the table. Fold, call, or even raise.
I like what I see there out of Dimitar in terms of that bet on the river as opposed to a shutdown, because it's indicative of, you know, the fight still being very much intact in him despite things not going his way. Not that there was too much alarm or concern, but, you know, just a tangible beacon of that.
I know what you mean.
What have we here? A glimpse at day 1B of that GG Millions high roller, where you might have been had you not elected to come in here and grace us with a little breakdown of the back end of this 25K heads up. Is that Maurice Hawkins?
I think that's the Hawk there, Ali. This is certainly one of the bloodiest tournaments of the summer. Most World Series events, we see Jal Vieira there, great player.
Yep.
Most World Series events are 1 re-entry, sometimes 2. I believe this particular one is unlimited, so.
I mean, listen,
Could be
when's the
mistaken,
last time you
I'm
heard
pretty
about
sure.
an unlimited 10K? That's,
There will be blood.
You can get upside down in the machine, so to speak, quite promptly.
See Chance out there, putting chips in the pot.
The Top Gun vibes on Chance are very strong.
This whole
year.
thing is strong. The shades are, you know, the whole situation. Who else do we have out there?
Iceman.
Are we making the rounds?
Oh, there she is.
Welcome, Miss B.
Yeah, her man Alex, unfortunately, not able to work his way into the finals, but she's hard at work here as a 5-time bracelet winner herself.
By the way, a 5-time bracelet winner for essentially just a Hold'em player is unbelievably strong. You know, for a lot of us that play mixed, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because there's just that much more available on the docket for you to pick up hardware. And those mixed events, they tend to have much smaller fields. So I'm not saying the fields are soft, but, you know, just the sheer volume.
It's just objectively true.
See Xuan Liu there. A note that we will be streaming day 2 of this event tomorrow. By the way, all fingers, all toes, and an appendage could be covered with 4 rings remaining from Maurice.
Yeah, the fingers, toes, and then we're getting, all right.
I guess you could go
See
earrings.
the baby there, legend.
Joseph Chong, the ageless wonder.
What does that mean? The double stack, no limit. What does that mean? Isn't
That was the name of the event.
Right, but if it's a double stack, isn't it? Anyway.
So if you would normally start with a certain number of chips for a 1K,
No, I got you.
know.
It's just, you know, it's creative.
Sure. Marketing team hard at work.
75.
Nakai back to work.
Call 70.
Queen Jack on the button. Pocket 4s here for Donchev.
Blinds are up.
Yeah.
They were just 25.
15 and 30.
Check.
Is that bottom set for Donchev and top
That
pair
it
for
is.
Nakai? This is huge for Dimitar, who has clearly gotten off to a poor start. Not anymore, Ali.
50,000.
One of the most classic value hands to raise right away in Hold'em is the bottom set in particular, just to target the plethora of top pair.
175.
Donchev putting that notion on display promptly.
Calls 160.
Of course, nowhere to go for Nakai as he calls the extra 125. Could easily draw dead on this turn.
Oh,
but not when a jack rolls off. And what a trap card that is.
Man, on the one hand, not dead, Ali, but on the other, 3.4 M's or close to it might be going Danchev's way. And it's a very draw-heavy board despite the lack of flush draws. Many open-ended straight draws available. We'll see if Dimitar goes for an overbet. Looks like he's just going kind of normal. 80% pot, a little less.
And boy, this albacore is looking seared.
Yeah, it's very seared on both sides. And for Nakai, he has a decision. Call, keeps an eye on things like 3-7, some of the sort of low gut shots that Dimitar has that have very little equity and might bluff river. Raise inflates the pot versus something like Queen 5. He goes for the former, 1.25 in the middle, and if it's dry, this is very, very ugly for Nakai.
Yeah, Nakai thinks he's the man reeling the opponent into the boat. Instead, he's on the hook, and there he remains after a 9 rolls off. 1 1/4 in there.
And that is actually one of the brickiest cards because any card below an 8 can complete a straight for Danchev in this line. But the 9, sure, he can have King 10 occasionally, but a very dry river.
How greedy will Danchev get?
We'll see. We saw Kuznetsov go for that very crafty block.
Oh,
and there you go. Believe Danchev is getting the full double.
Certainly Nakai's tokens will be deployed here. Just how many of them remains to be seen, but playing for 3 million, any check raise versus standard sizing is going to be for close to all of it, if not all of it.
Yeah, he'll be check raising for all of it. For Nakai, it's always interesting with top 2. You kind of block calls, but you still just have such a great hand. We'll see what size speaks to him. Oh, he just goes all in.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
So the overbet jam comes from Nakai, as opposed to in check raise form for Danchev, who certainly was going nowhere. 0 hesitation call, and just like that, tables have turned.
Pretty salty. Just a hand.
2.9.
Both of them showed up, got dealt in, and there was just violence.
Yeah.
9 and 90,000.
See, when I'm in Nakai's seat, all I can think to myself is, did we have to put the jack out there? You know,
yeah,
just to ensure that I get the max pain.
2.9.
Classy, Ryuta. Kind of genuine, nice hand.
I will say I've yet to see a player from Japan absolutely lose it. But I am, you know, doing my best to make it happen throughout the course of the summer. I just, I'm not sure it's gonna happen, but you know.
Lock my seat up now. Ali-san just barked.
You know, yesterday, Shogo Otani, I believe he was playing against Martin Zamani, who brought up Masato Yokosawa, and he was quick to say, no, he's not my friend. And then he said, no, he's not a good player as well. I have never seen dissension.
You're talking about
kind of in the ranks.
Otani said this about
Yokosawa.
Okay.
When Zamani was kind of pressing him under the presumption that, hey, it's kind of a small fraternity of people that make
the way over. It's a little bit presumptuous. Not everybody from a nation is friends. But that was interesting. By the way, Yokosawa plays pretty well.
It felt like the Wagyu was cooking a little bit between the two of them.
Every how many food? Yes, it felt the uni was slightly. But yeah, here, okay, I like that. We always like drama and stuff like that, you know, within reason.
Yeah.
Another Queen Jack for Nakai.
No
traumatic combo.
Yeah, no signs of PTSD though, as he just opens as we would expect.
Call 75.
Danchev, suited combo, will defend. Now holding this significant chip lead.
Check.
King at 5 deuce. No pair anywhere.
A little bit interesting for Dimitar with the 5-4 deuce and the back door. Just 9 high though. What does he go for? What are you supposed to go for?
50. 1/3 pot.
Looks like he is raising, Ali.
Raise 150.
Boy, this is one of those ideas when you have the combinations that can find equity on the turn with a broad array of arrivals. You kind of maybe draw the curtain right now and then maybe surprise your opponent on the turn.
Well said.
The 4 sliding between the 5 and the deuce. The clubs out there. Often the candidate, this sort of combo. Also, I think the one that's become very in vogue, Nick, and I think you've certainly borne witness to this, the big little offsuit, the king deuce off, the queen 3 off, specifically these sorts of unblock the middle-y stuff.
A couple of ladies for Dimitar, and ace jack for Nikai. Not the big little you were talking about, but 2 primos. 70 and change big blinds.
70,000 exactly. The open from Donchev, and pulling back on the yoke is Nikai. As we pitch up to 245,000.
And I think for Ryuta against 4-bet, I think
Raise to 550.
this might be a fold in theory, but it's very close. It's either the bottom or just folds.
It's that ace jack in particular that becomes cuspy in the face of this 4th scoop, doesn't it?
It's very cuspy. We could totally understand continuing. Just kind of prefer to be. I think
Did
he does
jam?
jam.
Yeah. Were there 4-bet folds likely from Donchev there? I mean, certainly non-zero.
Absolutely non-zero. We would like to think, at least.
Is having an ace troublesome in terms of interfering with some of the 4-bet fold variety hands, the baby aces?
You know it's top set, gut shot working for Nikai.
Well, let's focus on that, which is upon us. Heart on the turn is no help to Nikai because the queen of hearts lies with Donchev. He needs the king, and the cowboy's not there. Is pipped by the queen high flush is Ryuta Nikai.
Great run from Ryuta. The jam was very understandable. Extremely close spot. Might be kind of good. And Dimitar is in the finals with Nikita, Ali.
If I told you 5 or so minutes ago that we would be showing that graphic of Nikai out and Donchev onwards.
It can go fast, just like Vich, just like you had Vich that night. It can go fast.
It certainly can. And going right on to the finals will be Donchev to face Kuznetsov as Nikai hauls in the 300,000 and Donchev locks up 528K with a shot at the 800,000 and, of course, the glory of a bracelet in this 4-day affair. We're going to step aside for just about 10 minutes while we get things sorted out. But when we come back, there'll be a battle for a bracelet here with Donchev and Kuznetsov. Keep it close. Back in 10.
Centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear on.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
$35,000. $250,000. Raise 730,000.
$2.19.
Raise 2.19.
Nolan?
Right, we've got him call on featuring.
Good luck, bro. Okay. What do you fold? Straight? 8. Nice fold. I had full house pocket 4.
Yeah, I almost just called the river.
Reach? Yeah. Reach 8. King? No blocker? No. Okay. Nice fold. Yeah, GG.
$70. $245.
550.
Raise to 550.
Oui.
Players all in.
Call.
Calls the all in.
Dá mi-som. Så är volley. Så är volley. Och simse някъде. Simse. Simse, да. Без бради.
Flush with a queen.
GG. Unlucky. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Да.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear. All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, no matter what.
Poker is my life.
WSOP Championship from here at the 2026 World Series of Poker inside the Paris and Horseshoe Complex, right on the heart of the Las Vegas Strip.
From 128 entries, we are down to our final 2 at the 25K Heads Up Championship here at the World Series of Poker. Welcome back, everyone. So glad to have you all here as we are about to head into our final match between Nikita Kuznetsov and Dimitar Danchev. Coming off that win against Ryuta Nakai in the semifinals, quite the path to get here. That includes a win against Bao Ding. That includes a win against Chris Wynn the other day. Has a bracelet in this format, won the online Heads-Up Championship on GG in 2022. It was 12 years ago the last time he was heads up for a live bracelet. That was in the $1,500 shootout. It was the year year 2021 when Nikita was oh so close to that 10K 6 max bracelet. He looks for WSOP bracelet number 1 today, riding a wave of momentum coming off that win against Alex Foxen, and yesterday beating Justin Saliba and heads-up specialist Henry Puustinen. Now, before we hand things over to Ali Najad and Nick Schulman, we get things started with World Series of Poker Tournament Director Andy Tillman.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Welcome, everyone. It's our final match of the 25K Heads Up Championship. Button's going to start on Dimitar. Nikita will be in the big blind. We're going to shuffle up and deal with 20,000 small blind, a 40,000 big blind. Good luck, everyone. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Jeff, and welcome back to this final table moment. It's a one and done between Bulgaria's Dimitar Danchev and Russia's Nikita Kuznetsov. Both of them have looked steely in their process en route to this moment. Yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside Nick Schulman. So glad to have you with us, as a fourth and final day of this coverage was required to bring us down to the eventual champ. You see the tail of the tape there and the video wall behind these two as we get things underway. Danchev on the button, announces raise. Kuznetsov with the defense, blinds 20 and 40,000 each player. And starting with their total stack accumulated across the course of the affair.
Ali, forgive me, but it's not best 2 of 3. Is that right?
No,
it is just one match.
Yeah. And it is a pair of deuces for Kuznetsov in the lead against the ace high, but the 8 providing an open-ender to Danchev.
Check.
Second check in front of him. He'll check back and he'll find a 5 for a winner.
Check.
An interesting combo for Kuznetsov. Has that king of spades.
$150.
Let's check it. Now faces 150, 3/4 pot. Doesn't take him long to concede as first blood is drawn by Danchev. I think having a lot of experience in the high stakes arena is something that really benefits both of these guys. You know, $800,000 for the top slot along with the bracelet, $528 on lockup. So we're talking about a $272,000 sit and go right now.
Yeah, you're right, Ali. That's one thing that you just kind of can't teach in a way. High stakes experience, it just is what it is. You can find yourself in a spot like this without it and still stay calm and get it done. But there's something to be said for having been there before. 4-3 off for Dimitar. 250-ish big blinds to start, so very deep.
Two and a half X from the 4 tray.
Looks like he's considering 3-bet. Goes for call.
Important to mix 3-bets in with hands like 9-6 suited?
This entire hand class is very happy to 3-bet sometimes deep.
Gut shot straight draw on the ace-high board is what greets Kuznetsov. He checks it over to Dimitar.
And check.
And a check back. 9 now pairing Nikita. Checking once more. Two-tone board texture, that 8, 9, 10 with plenty of coordination. Danchev, mindful of all of it, checks back. Feels like might have surrender on his mind. Just pick up a 3 on the end as diamonds come to roost.
Nicely done from Dimitar so far. We can't know if he sensed a little bit of intrigue from Kuznetsov pre and even post. But to simply just check flop and then turn was quite nice. And now with the 3.
Facing 80.
Facing 40% pot. Well, he's got the 80 in his hand, and it has been deposited. Very curious from Donchev. Perhaps the read of him sensing intrigue was off.
You know, sort of indulging in your curiosity early in these matches, as I've said on many occasions, is the time to do it. Especially if you're looking to form some baselines, you know, inexpensive info, for lack of a better way to describe it. In the interests of further down the streets, when it's a bit more impactful, having some insights maybe into your opponent. 10-9-7 board here. Meanwhile, Kuznetsov pairing, but has the better kicker and an open-ender on this 10-high board.
150.
Follows up on the 100 pre with 150 post.
Of course, Donchev with a huge flop as well. Heart's working.
Calls 150.
So clicks call, and to the turn will go. $500,000 in the middle now. And the 3 aids no one.
And check.
Quick check back from Nikita, and the jack hits him for the straight.
And it's interesting for Dimitar. After the likely check, and then of course bet from Kuznetsov. Of course it's not a great situation with a 9. But something you mentioned, and this is just sort of, he's a brisk player in general. But when we're trying to figure out what they might have as Dimitar on the river, we should sometimes go back to the turn and try to visualize how it went down. And would he really brisk, quick check, give ups at the appropriate clip to now have air on the river? Maybe, but it's just worth considering sometimes when you're in a very awkward spot.
How much?
315.
Goes for 315. Probably going to do it.
Would be incredibly ambitious for Donchev to get curious this time out, in contrast to his last call.
We beat things like Queen 4. He's gone.
Raise.
100.
Oh, peek at that 10K Omaha 8 or better championship final table, where the defending champ, Bambrick, is still in the mix, along with the man hunting bracelet number 18, Phil Hellmuth, and Todd Brunson there. This is Dylan Weissman.
Oh, doesn't. This could be game over. Or are we on the turn or the river, Ollie? That looks like the turn. There's the river. Good game, sir.
Oh boy.
The quest for 18 continues. Some gesticulating, but nothing crazy.
Game, everybody. Wait for it. Oh, some handshakes. I don't believe that gentleman was involved in the pot, but he got the palm. Well, there's Scott Clements. I know he had the chip lead in this one.
I'm always going to pop you on the.
Phones are on. Got his phone there.
17 bracelets. How many final tables would you think, Nick?
70 plus. 100 plus, probably, actually.
I mean, when
Do you know?
When you put it in, I don't. But
Gotta
when you,
be, yeah.
When you put it in perspective, just how many more bracelets he could have had. Oh, so close. Even the second places.
He has a crazy amount of seconds, I know, as we see 4 high cards between them.
Check.
And only one on this board. The ace of spades, which interacts nicely with Kuznetsov.
60.
60,000.
Donchev's check draws 60K from the opener.
Call 60.
Peeling with that king-9 is Donchev.
You have to fight in these streets.
Check.
You really do.
10 now, improving Kuznetsov to a pair.
We're definitely pursuing more value at some point. Looks like he's waiting for the river, barring a very board changey card. Would think Dimitar does not have to bluff this. Likely content to show down. Kuznetsov certainly will be going for value.
Check.
One five.
105,000.
Quite interesting. No, Kuznetsov just goes for third pot.
Not a given that king-9 is no good in these spots.
Of course, king can be good.
I have heard simplifications whereby in position the bet, check, bet line often is some measure of value.
You know, it's interesting. Any delayed aggression line is psychologically scary. And I know players react to those lines overly respectfully. You know, I've felt that playing. I've also heard of some kind of analysis of such a spot.
Race.
But it's interesting, you know, when somebody I mean, you know, some of the games you're playing, you just know they're bluffing sometimes.
Sure.
But when it's this Russian here in the finals, they're checking, then they're betting. It's just it's a tricky line because it often looks so bluffy that you feel like it's value. And I think the best heads-up players really embrace having value and bluffs in all sorts of lines, as it's just the way the game works. But if you know you're a bit unprotected in a line, it's sometimes very hard to have bluffs because part of you, not necessarily that last hand we saw, but just anyway. Top pair for Kuznetsov, bottom pair for Donchev.
300,000.
But to finish the thought, just conquering some of the discomfort of creating that balance in all of the situations, which is kind of an optimal approach, is something that a heads-up player must master.
Conquering it, yes, but end of the day, you know, you must kind of familiarize yourself with the ideas or develop game plans, because it's not only conquering fear, there is a rhyme and reason as well to the moves.
One of the other things, we focus so much on intel and pattern recognition and just knowing what your opponent is up to. But keeping a beat on what you've been up to and identifying what you presume to be your opponent's perception of that based on the hands you've shown, the hands you haven't.
It's a great point.
And responding to that and kind of exploiting that,
You should
a very important thing as well.
You should often try to kind of travel the table and put yourself in their seats looking at you. Just 2 remain of 128. It's really hard to put into words how big this new stage is, and as the summer progresses and we see big crowds out there and stuff, it's really exciting for poker. It's enormous.
I mean, it's the grandiosity, I suppose, is befitting the spectacle.
Okay.
Can't wait to see if we get another forehand massage, lime retrieval during the main. That's when the mutants tend to come out. Fairly, you know, muted rail for the time being here, if not a full lack thereof. And this gentleman, one guy, might just be taking a shortcut here. A couple of threes for Donchev. Unclear what Kuznetsov is cooking up, but 300,000 ends matters. Still early stages of this final table. This chip situation here, the haphazard assembly, I mean, is this not out of bounds?
In heads up specifically, it matters less because Dimitar knows how many chips are in play. So he knows his stack and such. He knows Kuznetsov's stack. But of course, in a multi-table tournament, that would be unprecedented. That's floor man time.
7-3 deuce, top pair for Donchev here. Trailing mildly.
These matches often have a similar theme. They start kind of slowly, and then there's that one cooler to kind of get things going, or huge bluff. But you see a lot of small balling this deep.
Second deuce arrives free of charge.
150.
Card we don't mind whatsoever in Donchev's seat, so gets busy. And the king high does not get curious. One of the other concepts that I was kind of tossing around in the booth with both David and Randy on the prior days, Nick, was the idea of a marketing budget. Where early in a match, you may be more inclined to do things that you have no intention of doing later on, and if they don't work out, that's fine. But you show down things that might imprint into your opponent's mind in a way that you could leverage later more fruitfully than the losses sustained.
I like it, especially in cash. You know, in a tournament, it's nice too to maybe send them down a wayward path, but you only have the one shot, the one match, where if, you know, if we're playing cash with Ali every night for a week,
it could end up being very profitable. I confess, man, a first impression for me is tough to shake. If a guy just takes a line, as we see 9s on 9s, third heart here, nobody with the flush draw, advantage Kuznetsov with the king kicker. There was no betting on the flop. It can be very difficult to shake. He takes some absurd line, shows me some crazy hand, and for 60. The rest of the summer, I'm convinced this guy's a whale, and he just shows me winner after winner the rest of the time. And it reminds me a bit of one Gustav Hansen. Gus, you know, he ended up in everyone's heads as an absolute maniac. And for years afterward, where those days were kind of behind him, don't get me wrong, he still got it.
No, you're right. Likely a check winner for Kuznetsov. It's a very beautiful thing in poker when you establish that thing where they just have to call you if it's close. Yeah. It's worth a lot. You pay for such an image, but it is really worth a lot. Kuznetsov chiseling. Yeah, off to a good start.
Worth one street on the turn and no more, understandably, after the 4 hearts ran out there.
Not sure what's up with that stack. Is it superstitious? Is there a pattern to it, or is it just random? As we see the 08, he appears to be all in, Ali.
Yeah, Bambrick.
And he's gone.
Defending
Good game,
champ is out of there. Looks like James Obst producing a full house versus Bambrick's 10-9-8 tray. It was ace, queen, 5 for Obst, we're being told.
Didn't realize Obst was there. Great player. Not surprised. And you said Bambrick won it last year?
That's right.
That's incredibly impressive to almost go back-to-back.
6th place finish ultimately. Is not far behind Phil Hellmuth. He too finds the payouts.
Raise.
100.
You think that many millions will be wrapped up by the time the main starts, or?
They're actually at the final table, right? Isn't that the final table,
I think
or am I
it was
wrong?
when we checked in, I think.
You know?
It was. The GG millions, that's the one that might take a minute to sort through. A couple couple of wheel gutters here on an ace-5 deuce board. Donchev has put this 8-4 offsuit to work once before. I believe in the opening hand. May have been of the prior matches.
I do recall. I do recall that.
Blurring together.
Suppose Kuznetsov considering raise.
180.
Raise to 180.
And for Donchev, with that 4 of hearts position, how does he want to play it? If we call, forgive me, Ali, the plan is to bluff if a heart comes. It's a very straightforward plan. We either hit the 3 or the 8, or we rep a flush.
Well, he has chosen to make the call. Is repping an ace not an option down the way?
Repping an ace may be an option, but this is certainly our wheelhouse. We are now watch off in the pot, ring in the pot. The shoes are off. We're just shoveling money into the pot right now as Dimitar.
Especially in the face of this check from Kuznetsov. Definitely has the vibes of a man wary of hearts.
Bet
And this is half pot precisely. Yep. 280 into the 560 from Donchev, and this will be case closed.
Man's up.
Gap narrows.
Lines are now 30-60, new level.
Well, we were talking earlier about 17-time bracelet winner Phil Hellmuth. How many final tables, how many second place finishes he had, Nick, and the numbers are in from our producer Hunter out in South Korea. You supplied them 76 final tables across the course of his career, which spans nearly 4 decades, I think, at the World Series.
Pretty sweet win rate.
Now he's got 17 bracelets. How many second place finishes would you suppose he has? More or less than 17?
I feel I heard him say one time that it's in the 20s, but is that right?
It's actually 14.
14, okay.
But still, I mean, that means the guy could have had 31 bracelets easily with the turn of a card this way or the other.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you never know if you come in super short stack to heads up. I know,
it's hard to
I get
win
it.
every time.
Yeah.
But obviously the career has been illustrious.
Not so illustrious, these holdings.
Check.
Ace Queen 9 board, however, supplying flush draws to both. A gut shot to boot for Kuznetsov, but of course he trails in the clubs department. Has checked it over. With that nut flush draw, Donchev happy to keep chips flowing.
This certainly could be a big pot.
Just check call for now. Black but not a club is this turn.
Kind of interesting for Dimitar. He sort of likes not having an 8, 10, or jack. Other targets, if we go for bet, are simply a queen or a 9. And for Kuznetsov, still with the gut shot and the 10 of clubs in the face of 350. It's quite tricky. Ideas aren't that clear to me, Ali. How do you feel about this, my Persian friend, if you're in Kuznetsov's seat?
350 into this particular pot. We know that as the pre-flop raiser, Donchev barreling at us not once but twice is a bit problematic. You would think with some frequency the 10 of clubs would be good if it hits, but the other issue for me is down the way. If the club rolls off and my 10 is good, how likely am I to get any more chips out of Donchev?
He agrees with you.
considerations. It does hurt to fold a lot of hand in terms of a draw, but
it doesn't. It's just scary playing heads up. There's all sorts of ideas that are just tricky.
And there's ideas that you might bring forward versus one opponent in a certain fashion and versus another orphan entirely.
Definitely.
Because it would seem to be ineffective.
For example, if I'm playing heads up with Ali, I'm waiting at some point just for the nuts, because I know you're going to pay me off. Where if I'm versus a Danchev, for example, you know, but versus a guy like you where you're just foaming at the mouth to hero call and you're just rabid, you know, Ali's.
I'm not losing any sleep.
They have an entire school dedicated to your game.
Can you believe it's legit? Someone looked it up. It's all in Japanese, but we translated it. There's a website.
No, that makes me so happy.
The guy sends players
Here,
to
normally
the game.
fold, but versus Ali-san, we can continue. And here is why.
Oh, they've been crushing us.
Yeah, oh, you may be unable to win even session to session, but certainly long term.
I'm just doomed, man.
What I would give to have a piece of the Japanese players. And
I might need to get some visas revoked if I'm going to get into the black side of the ledger before the summer's over.
Similar territory, middle pair for both.
Advantage Danchev with that 8.
75.
75,000 out of the aggressor pre.
Call 75. Check.
King rolls off. Cards that Kuznetsov isn't welcoming.
And check.
Chop it up.
Yeah, Danchev checking back. Doesn't feel like anyone's going to be pursuing added value.
Check.
It's a little bit close.
Jack? Jack as well.
Jack, chop.
Gave it a brief thought. Nothing further, though. And then we'll chop it up.
Maybe if the 9 was a baby card, where now the 7 plays and such, it's, you know.
Neutralizing the kicker, having something to do with the choice. Note, by the way, the distinction with respect to attire here in this match between Danchev just in the white t-shirt, no hat, no shades, no hoodie.
150.
And then Kuznetsov, on the other hand, very much cloaked. And you saw him go deep into that sort of camouflage against Foxen in the pivotal pot.
That hand was interesting. For one, when he went all in, it's for just all sorts of chips.
Yeah.
So end of the day, it is. I just wonder, do you think Fox picked anything up from the immediate face in hoodie, then all in?
But it just cuts two ways, right? I mean, you've got to know.
It cuts two ways, but just like, but this kid's obviously consummate and a professional. But it's, if you're about to run a sick one, are you immediately, you know, sweater over face as we see aces full?
I don't know that you are.
You know, to me felt. I don't know.
It's
just so hard
a little
to
nuttier.
Say. Just so hard to say.
The fact that he folded suggests that if he did glean anything, it certainly was more consistent with this guy's not running a sick bluff and then giving me all of that physicality.
Kind of sharp to do it with the bluff, you know.
That's the issue.
And he probably would, is the thing. I'm sure he has. Likely not getting any action. He's trying.
I win.
Yeah, unable to coax any chips
Full house.
off of Kuznetsov's stack.
We see you guys on YouTube. Shout out Twitch as well. You know Twitch is with us. Anybody who's here with us and who's been watching for the last couple of days with Ali and David, Ali and Randy, this has been a great event. I've really been enjoying it at the house.
Are you surprised at all at the fact that it's a full 4 days? I mean, that takes a lot of events off the docket.
It is a very long tournament, you're right.
Big commitment
Hello,
here.
sir. Oh, how
is
we
that Pancho?
doing?
Yes,
How are
Pancho
you,
Villa.
sweetheart? That could
34
be
countries, 100 cities, and nearly 150 card rooms.
okay.
Just consider the sheer volume of canine viruses all ensconced in that little fur ball.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was thinking, but you know, she looked like a grandma maybe.
It's got to be.
Love dogs.
Yeah. You got another dog?
No, but soon.
Soon. It's time. 2 8s here, performing quite nicely on the 5-3-3 board. Kuznetsov.
Would think we're check raise very often.
Yeah, he did defend, under repping. Donchev 60K.
265.
Being pondered and slathered.
265.
Another 205.
Pondered and slathered.
Sounds like a way to ask for your biscuits and gravy or something down at a Waffle House.
Relieved that that was the direction you went.
I am too. Presumably Donchev's direction is toward the muck, and yes indeed, after a short pause, ultimately.
Thought about it. A lot of little cards were ahead of some equity, but we just really want the heart.
It may seem so minuscule, but the importance of just even that sliver of potential when we are getting into the murk a bit can't be overstated.
It really adds up.
150.
150.
Beautiful bracelet there. Looks like they kind of brought out the stops for the heads up.
How soon till someone pawns one?
I mean, I don't know about the 26 World Series, but many a bracelet have been pawned over the years.
No, but I'm talking specifically 26. Like before the end of the summer, somebody's just needs a 877 cash now.
Yeah, maybe a 20-cent line pick 'em. Will a bracelet be pawned before? That's a dark place, man. To be pawning the bracelet you won 4 days ago. That's.
Oof.
Here we go.
Oh, man. Queen deuce and 9-5. Offsuit combos. Ace king 8 board. No pair anywhere.
Kind of Dimitar's board.
75.
He's behaving that way as he fires and takes it. And I know you're a big fan of the sweet science, Nick. This is well established. Boxing, of course, that which I'm referring to. And as we look at this match, if it were inside a ring right now, it feels as though the jab is largely the punch that these two fighters have been throwing thus far.
Yeah, we haven't seen the haymakers and the power shots just yet. If we're doing the
150.
analogy.
150.
You know what they say, Ali? Good right hand will take you around the block. You know where a good left will take you? Around the world, my man.
Love that. Check. 10-6-4 board. Kuznetsov with middle pair here versus bottom pairs. You see the GTO Wizard recommendations. Kuznetsov bucking, by the way, that 61% of the time we should check. Certainly 40% not negligible. He does bring the 200 forward. Donchev with the call. Nice for Nikita thus far. Not so nice is the turn, however.
And I would think, well, I was about to say I would think plenty of leads, but we can see the Wizard recommends the check.
You know, this reminds me of when Google Maps has all this conviction about which way to take me home, and I'm like, nah.
Yeah, like I know I can make a left here,
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna do that and get to my house.
Needless to say, I end up in some construction or something that takes me an extra 30 minutes. I'm usually wrong, but it doesn't stop me.
Rounds 180.
See how ugly this gets for Kuznetsov?
Yeah.
Could find the 6 occasionally.
180 ahead, as Donchev did come with the lead.
Just give me
A
one
lot of that
budget.
having to do with the notion that the 4s belong more to him than Kuznetsov. And Nikita well aware that could just be some posturing out of Dimitar as well. And in turn, he finds the 6. An ugly development here for Donchev. And this could be among the more consequential pots that we'll see.
So we can see that Wizard is recommending sometimes just going for a kind of middle-y size, which can include a 10, and you throw a 4 in there. Sometimes going for the overbet, which you probably always do with a 6, sometimes a 4.
5 million.
He goes for the ladder. Raise coming, and this will be very sick for Dimitar. Note this deep. This particular sim Wizard is sharing with us wants to just call half the time, fearing things like 6-10 and 4-4. But I think for most of us humans, with the 6s full of 4s, where the big blind is really claiming a 4, especially after
million.
the turn donk,
Raise the 2.7.
we're shooting it up. He goes for the min.
And that is the raise small.
And now we're just pure out. What's going on with these sims we're seeing? Doesn't like the 7? Surely not every 4 can just fold. Something about perhaps the kicker, but anyway, this is very brutal for Dimitar. We have a time bank, Ollie.
Yeah, he's going to give this one a chew. The story being told is that the 4 is no good. This is clear, but how credible is that story is what Donchev is trying to unpack.
Kuznetsov kind of hood too. He picked some sort of street type strategies, just going for the min in position, giving an amazing price. Dimitar does get away. That's tremendous. Really great execution from Donchev.
And that's tough too, because he made it as tempting as possible with that mid-raise. But
what he's saying. Yeah.
Donchev just convinced.
Maybe some Bulgarian on the rail, but
Maybe
the Ruski picked it up.
4?
That was awesome from Donchev.
You're good. You are good.
Big blind 60.
You are GOAT?
Raise to 150.
I believe was the deduction.
Kind of nice of Kuznetsov telling him that right there, right here and now. Normally you want them to stew a bit. It's just good for the kind of the vibes. But you know, I tell people my hand sometimes, and just it is what it is. But
60, yeah?
Yes.
I would think normally you let them stew a bit. Heads up for the title here.
You know, interestingly, GOAT
I
and
should
Stu
check my chips
kind of go
because
hand in
the
hand.
same color.
Dimitar's
Half million and 5K.
There we go. Ali, maybe talk to you for 1 second, because I hear your commentary.
I'm with you, though. I think why kind of allow Dimitar to brim with a measure of confidence in that moment. But, you know, sometimes, Nick, famously, people give the goo.
It's true, but so we see the podium finishers, Ali. A lot of legends there.
GG's to El Jefe. Boivin certainly could have easily worked his way into the deeper portions
60,
of this
yeah?
one.
Yes.
Puustinen, the heads-up sniper.
I should check my chips because the same color, 500,000 and 5K.
think about it.
$150.
150.
Kuznetsov up to 12 million. I believe this is the high water mark thus far in the match, flirting with a 2-to-1 chip lead. Levels, by the way, for those just joining us, are 60 minutes in length. So not a lot of urgency created by the structure.
100.
But both of these players are the types that have shown a willingness to express large appetites in terms of sizing in certain situations. So all that stack depth isn't being nursed, that's for sure. But an aggressor followed through here. Donchev calls with king high. Snap check back from Nikita on the turn. Queen rolling off.
And check.
Full shutdown.
And we were just kind of discussing this line. Looks like a give up the way he, there it is. He had fears Dimitar was up to far more nefarious activities than just the king.
Well, earlier in this heads-up tournament, Martin Cabral gave us the term sticky boy. And David Williams very much embraced it. But it's important to have some adhesion in these specific spots with things like king high, even a queen high from time to time.
Martin had an interesting bit the other day when I was playing some Badoogie. He was at the adjacent table playing 08.
8.
And he had a trio of singing Eye of the Tiger, all in for the bracelet, and
did he hit you with the winner takes it all?
There was a third as well.
Well, we'll chew on that one while we toss it down to Jeff Platt for an update on the Mini Mystery Millions.
20,488 entries in this $550 Mini Mystery Millions. That makes this the 6th biggest live tournament of all time. And from that 20,488, we are down to our final 3. Felipe, go ahead. You go up. You go show the people who our final 3 are while I read off our trusty WSOP live app and find that Kartik Ved, who is a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, also won a 100K bounty and 25K bounty yesterday. The 2 players to his left, one, Jalil Hussein, who was just all in, did not get called. Hussein still in the hunt, has guaranteed himself $200,000. There's a $65,000 pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. Up top in this one, $400,000 and that World Series of Poker bracelet. Could that belong to Philip Chun? We will find out. I saw Chance Corneth in the crowd. I see that logo, and I wonder how many students that Chance Corneth has. We'll keep you posted on Mini Mystery Millions rest of the way. Playing down to a bracelet winner.
Thank you, Jeff. Boy, what a dream, by the way, for a $550 buy-in. Not only the pulls at the bounties, but then shot at 400K up top.
Sick.
6th largest live tournament in history.
Makes sense. 20,000 and change.
You like bounties? You like that format? It adulterates the poker a bit.
I like mystery bounties. I'm not a huge fan of PKOs for whatever reason. I'm not against them, but, you know, I like to come late sometimes. It's not great in a PKO. In a mystery, it's all right because they kick in the next day.
Yeah.
200.
That's become a tremendously popular format. I guess it just appeals to the inner degenerate in everyone.
Yeah, and also, you know, an idea early in those things is to really try to get chips. So that's fun.
Always good to have your table covered because that makes you the bounty hunter. Meanwhile, covering the 4 high is Kuznetsov's jack high. Donchev not easing off the throttle on this ace high board post. and is able to simply usher that jack high into the bin. Lack of a heart on board having something to do with it.
Have you ever been to Bulgaria, Ali?
Bulgaria, one of the countries I have not been to.
But you've been around there quite a bit,
yeah,
right?
a touch. I'll tell you what.
Have you been to Russia?
No. You?
No.
You didn't make it out to Sochi when a lot of that stuff was going, poker was happening?
I did not. Maybe one
I'm a
day.
bit surprised. But a lot of time out in Little Odessa getting the branches on the back out in New York, right?
Yes, correct.
The banya.
Love the branches.
200.
Is it eucalyptus?
I'm not sure what it is, but Ali is referring to the big kind of leaf branch thing that, you know, Russians kind of smack each other with in the sauna.
It's hard, too. Like, they're really beating you.
Yeah. It's no joke. Big card dead for both.
Yeah, raise and take it a moment ago, of course, for the two queens of Kuznetsov.
We saw boat, obviously, but
they don't have a Russian banya out here in Vegas, do they?
Yeah, they probably do have something, but not one that is on my radar.
If they have it, it's not overground. It's more underground.
Yeah, I think it's a private type of stuff. Maybe, you know, these guys might I've seen some of their, you know, some of the fellas from this crew.
Think a pop-up? Something
you
for
know,
the summer.
I mean,
True.
I mean,
put it this way: when I see these guys, I say, "How you doing, my man? Good to see you." All right. You look good. By the wife, she's good. All right, my man.
Got to stay on the right side.
We are not gangster. You're not funny. I watch other night. It's a very bad joke. Anyway.
I was going to say I've been introduced to Georgian cuisine.
Unbelievably good.
Unbelievable.
Great.
I love that you know this. The
I went to
shashlik.
a Georgian restaurant once. So good. The bread, the
Kinkali,
stews, the unbelievable.
Khachapuri,
Incredible.
delicious.
Raising a call.
All diamond queen high board here. Both players with baby flush draws. Threes are still best.
100.
Donchev, by the way, has been quite steady with the button raising. All manner of holdings. I think near 100%. I don't think we've even seen a limp. What we do see here is a fourth diamond, however, and that puts Kuznetsov in front ever so slightly.
And check.
No betting. Now a second deuce.
Perhaps of the four of diamonds that you bet, you prefer betting them without a pair? If you're going for some sort of small bet, maybe you don't always bet a 4 or 5 of diamonds, and you pick ones that free up calls.
325.
Of course, understandable to just bet. And a good choice it was, as likely Dimitar hero calls. Tries to beat things like Jack 8 black. Although it's a bit...
It's thin, right?
It's thin. We kind of only beat those, or maybe some ace high. No diamond. It is thin. Jack 10 got there, and we don't think he has Jack 10. Dimitar playing very steady. He folded the 4. He folded this one.
And
he's a great player.
He's been right in these spots. It's devastating if you're getting them wrong. And suddenly we observe that maybe we get a little bit critical of overly conservative responses, but he's just spot on.
Yeah, I always felt watching him that he plays his game. And it's kind of one of those things that,
200.
You know, I don't think he's too worried about what anybody thinks or what have you. He's really here to win.
It takes me back to that word that I assigned to him earlier, just unbothered.
Unbothered.
Just doing what he feels needs to be done in any given moment and not allowing that to kind of compound any future decisions. Oh, is this guy bluffing me over and over again? No, this spot, I don't like it. Shuffle up and deal me another one, you know. Nice kind of quality to have. And it certainly served him well.
Yeah, something you kind of need if you do this for a living.
Oh, if you accumulate all of the beats and all of the trauma, you know, you've seen it before. Guy sits down, the very first, very garden variety beat that they take, they're just wide open. And you realize that the baggage was brought with them.
Yes, I have seen it before. In fact, I have been the one bringing the baggage before as well.
Later on in the summer, especially if you're upside down, it's something that you'll see out there at the tables. Not being seen right now is anything exciting.
And it really has been all Kuznetsov, just as far as where the chips are going. We see the gut shot now after the check back from Dimitar.
100.
Just quarter.
Important to remind folks, lest they feel like this 5 million chip disparity is cause for concern. 90 big blinds, roughly, for Donchev. I mean, that is heaps. When you're down in a multi-table tournament to the heads-up portion of the program, Nick, you're happy to have 20 bigs, generally speaking, right? 30?
You're right. It's a lot of blinds, as we see Kuznetsov now with pretty bad cards. We'd like a heart. We sort of want Dimitar to have our exact hand. And he does make a very nice check down, at least as it stands.
Yeah, stabbed with the gutter, but now.
And for Dimitar against just quarter pot on the turn, does he feel compelled to go for value with his queen?
It doesn't feel so much like a man who's letting off the throttle with a king, does it? But he does check, and, you know, the upshot here is you're going to find out what Kuznetsov barreled at you with. 6-4 seems reasonable enough, as does the check on the end. And let's send it down to Jeff Platt once more with an update on that GG Millions.
Out here in the field, really right by the main stage, it's day 1B of the 10K GG Millions, expected to be one of the bigger 10Ks of this World Series of Poker. So no surprise to us that the stars are out, and those stars include one Kristen Foxen, who is making her first appearance at the World Series of Poker. Her husband Alex eliminated in the semis of the Heads Up Championship a little bit earlier. He has 3 bracelets. She still holds her lead over him with 5, and she won 2 events at the US Poker Open just a couple months ago. Iceman is on the runway. Adam Hendricks is here, coming off that 6th place finish in the World Series of Poker main event last year. That score was good for $1.9 million. The best-selling author Maria Konnikova also here, also in the mix, firing in the GG Millions. She's a best-selling author, a writer, a journalist, a producer. She's got a new Netflix project, a poker player, and a pretty darn good one as well. She won an online bracelet 2 years ago. Not only will we continue to keep you posted tonight, but tomorrow we will feature coverage of this very event, day 2 coverage of the GG Millions coming your way, and perhaps Mr. Schulman jumps in then.
Is that so? Hopping into the GG Millions still an option?
You can reg tomorrow, Ali. Day 2 max late reg
But
is possible.
That's not where you're going. You got something else on the docket tomorrow, don't you?
I think I'm going to flick the GG, actually.
Are you really?
Yeah, just to kind of, you know, you could play the deuce for a while, but, you know, I can't stop thinking about making score. You know, I want to make a little score here.
Even you aren't immune to the riches available in that particular event.
I love maxing, too. It's just so wonderful to see all those players gone, but their money remains.
Yeah, this is true.
Like to get in early, too, of course. Try to run it up. Raise, defend. Dominated. Dimitar, that is. No connection for either.
King High remains in front.
I would think Donchev just goes for a big bet here a fair amount of the time and wins it. We kind of have a draw to a draw, and we block check raises. It's a bit... We don't have a good hand, but we have a lot of interaction with the board in a way. Let's go for pot. Winner.
Trying to chisel and cobble his way back into equilibrium. If not a chip lead. Is that a Malibu t-shirt? Looks that way.
Again, always with questions. I'm not allowed like Malibu, Ali.
Well, I don't think he redeemed proofs of purchase from, rum or anything to get. I mean, he's been. Is
that
out
a
there
rum brand? Malibu.
Malibu is the type of rum. No, but I think that this looks to be. He's been out there at the coast in Cali, maybe. Not a bad place to spend some time. I would say the Nobu out in Malibu is considerably nicer than the one at Paris.
Yo, the Paris Nobu's great, though.
Oh, it's clutch.
Not on the ocean, but man, I went there the other night with a few players, quick dinner, a few items. I said, I got it. Don't worry,
Sam някъде отдеч 6. Водима той.
Yeah, they can.
7.5?
They can put a dent into you over there. Okay. You can't say you got it until after. You say you got it before, and all of a sudden.
950.
Yeah, that's a lot. But that's Nobu. Jack 9 and Ace Queen booking a date with this flop, and both players with a piece. Unfortunately for Donchev, his is inferior. Middle pair versus top pair, top kicker. Kuznetsov with a speedy C-bet. 100 into 400. Straightforward check call.
Check.
Bricky turn.
It does seem like overbet springs to mind.
900.
What was that, Nick? No sooner do the words cross your lips than the images are consistent.
And I think for Dimitar, we just don't really love this combo. But maybe we do have to fight at some frequency, but the 9 is kind of poor. Reverse implied on hitting that card. Not that jacks and 9s wouldn't be good, but sometimes we run into the King 10. Does get away. Seems well played from both.
I'll tell you what, each successive one of those, mind you, correct laydowns from Donchev become increasingly impressive in context, right? I mean, normally, granted 900 into 600, okay. But, there's a point at which everybody is susceptible to the I've had enough.
No, he has a very tidy game. Kind of that brick wall style. It's no surprise he already has a heads-up bracelet under his belt, albeit online, I believe.
Yeah. Kind of has an unflappable vibe about him. I haven't seen any loosening of the lug nuts, even though the stack has been flowing in the wrong direction. King high flush draw here on a 9 high board for Kuznetsov as Donchev's ace high, choosing to check back. And a good choice, it would seem, as a club shows up and leaves him drawing dead.
100.
Kuznetsov getting along with the deck very well right now. I think for Dimitar, are we just gone? It is a small bet, but...
Where are we trying to go from here? Again, a nice laydown. And you're right, though. The sun has been shining on this side of the felt, much more so than the other. To the extent that one might expect it to start fading. Pretty one-sided affair from the onset.
200.
Raise and take here is the dirty diaper. Undefendable for Donchev. I asked this of Randy and David during prior coverage, Nick, but is there a point at which you generally expect, if a match makes it deep, it is decided in terms of aggregate number of big blinds on the table? Is it at kind of 50 bigs total, heads up? Is it more?
Good question. Not sure. I tend to kind of think about these things for too long and then make no progress. So I'm just going to sort of bow out of that one. But your guess is as good as mine. I would think average of
200.
That's, you know, because so much it can end early. See, here I go. So I don't know. But occasionally these go deep into the night where it's quite shallow, and those are really exciting. That's a very tense kind of atmosphere, and also an incredibly technical game where I quite enjoy the sub 30 navigations. It's a very rich game. A lot of people, when you have less than 30 big blinds, you know, their brain just kind of goes off. Let's get it in. But the depth there is extremely real. Of course, there's nothing like deep stack, no limit.
Would you say that a majority, as we see Donchev check calling with the gutter versus the queen high, 6 a little busy, a majority of the study in terms of 2-card happens specifically in that kind of 10 to 30 big blind stack depth?
Well, both, you know, all facets are being pursued, but I would say sub 50 for tournament players is the most common kind of scenario.
Okay.
Early in a tournament, of course, very important to be well versed deep, but as the tournament progresses, often the average is something like 35 bigs.
When you think about the high stakes community in general, the big buy-in tournaments, even the big cash game players, are there names that you definitely would prefer not to see at your table when deep stacked? Are there guys that you just know are operators there? For me, Alex Ponikovs comes to mind.
Pony is filthy deep. He's going to ask you questions that you may not have the answer to. A lot of the cash guys, the Linus Lawlagers, Chris Wynn, we've seen on a tear. They're, of course, scary because they have a lot of experience playing deep.
Continuing to keep you posted on this 10K Omaha High-Low 8 or better championship where just 3 players remain. Scott Clements, Dylan Wiseman, and Todd Brunson. Clements is a 3-time bracelet winner, and that includes a bracelet in this very format. He won the 3K Omaha High-Low 20 years ago. Probably looked the same then as he does now. Dylan Wiseman is a 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, both in PLO. PLO his specialty, but he has branched out to really all of these other games throughout the last few years. It's been 21 years since Todd Brunson won his first World Series of Poker bracelet. That was also this format, a $2,500 Omaha High-Low event. And at one point in this tournament, really just an hour ago, he was down to less than 2 big bets. Also, shout out to his spot, Roma Deli. I'm not just rooting for him because he caught me a meal there. He probably just thought, I feel bad for this guy because he's sitting there eating with Norm and Chad. Guys?
Oh, I didn't have Platt and Chad on the lunch date bingo card, but there they were at Roma Deli. Allegedly, generous portions are the order of the day down there at Roma. You been to Roma?
Really good. Very fresh bread, excellent coffee. Rock solid.
Talk to me about the pasta.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I have not had the pasta. I've ran the sandwich and coffee though multiple times.
Oh, there you go. Not far from the strip where we are now.
3-bet from Danchev, call from Kuznetsov. About 15 minutes, Holly, roughly.
Okay. Good bit of distance between Ace-10 and King-7 suited as well, but Kuznetsov making the call. You see that 3-2 favorite heading into the flop is Donchev's Ace-10, and on a Queen-9-5, he remains in front, up to 72% equity.
We don't love this board if we're Dimitar.
And check.
And so, after the 3-bet, he comes with check.
For Kuznetsov, I would think we bluff sometimes. For maybe not an enormous size. Even though it's the type of board where in a lot of spots you go very big. Not sure though. I think just check. He goes for 40% kind of. And for Danchev, this is very unpleasant. Maybe an idea is to simply fold. Although, just no visibility on any turn. And we have some gut shots, we have back doors, we have pairs in our range, that is. So do we need to fight with this sort of hand?
Dimitar says no. And for those less familiar with the nomenclature, Nick, break down what you mean when you say no visibility on any turn.
No visibility means if the turn is a 10, we check and face a bet, it's gross. If the turn is an ace, where if we have something like 2 3s, not saying we have that hand in that line, but at least we have some visibility on the 3.
Clarity,
you know?
then, maybe another way to kind of express it?
Yeah, no visibility just means that the hand unfolds. We're just playing this very awkward guessing game. And a hand like ace-10, if it's good on the flop, it's often good on turns. But are we really trying to just call down?
So we want to attempt to keep the fog far from thick.
Yes. We would like a thin type of fog,
if any.
Ali.
Yeah.
Got the limp here from Dimitar with the 4 duck.
New look.
Getting a little shorter now.
Yeah.
Incorporating some limps.
2 kings, 2 spades, and a jack.
I believe they're all in on the outer rail there. That gentleman just let out a kind of primal roar. We see the C-bet winner. Kuznetsov lets go of the 10-8. Not sure.
Trying to get something positive going is Donchev.
One thing with heads up, when you're not making hands, your bluffs are running into their hands and stuff. You know, you can hit stretches where you just get murked and there's not much you can do.
Oh, yeah. It can feel like a hike across the Kalahari out there. Thirst remaining unquenched largely for Donchev here since the onset of this match. Stack has been dehydrated.
125.
Its lowest point.
Bet 125.
He's found himself middle pair here against this jack high. Kuznetsov following through on the open.
Pose 125.
Donchev flats.
Check.
Ace on the turn. Does give that Broadway gutty to Kuznetsov.
And check.
Along with an opportunity. Doesn't take any initiative, however. Check back now, giving Donchev some comfort as he makes 2 pair.
$1.5.
1.5 million.
Those go for 2x pot.
Clearly looking to target a pot controlling king, maybe even a shy ace. No such luck though, as Jack High just finds the bin. This looks like a substitute teacher who's really had a day. The kids are just
the behavior of very poor today. We see the rail growing a bit.
Yeah. Bracelet on the line.
Bracelet on the line. And I think you guys can kind of get a feel for the stage with that pan out. Much bigger than it looks.
Yeah, that's the widest shot I think we've taken of it since the reveal. Donchev taking a shot at Kuznetsov with a couple of 5s here. 2 1/4 ahead. Oh my goodness.
Check.
5s full. holding the deck, and Kuznetsov with trip 10s. Might this be the moment that Donchev has been so patiently waiting for?
Well, it very well might. This is insane.
110.
$110K. Lean enough to retain a broad array of holdings.
$365.
Raise 365.
Music to Donchev's ears.
Check raise from Kuznetsov. You favor this line with trip 10s, risking maybe shedding opposition?
I like it a lot. If you're going to bluff, which Kuznetsov certainly will, you sort of do that so you get to do this in a sense. It's like Dimitar going for the very intuitive just call.
Calls 365.
Can he dodge the 9, the 10, or a running board pair?
Well, so far manages to do it, Nick. The way this match has gone, though, certainly doesn't feel like fives full is out of the woods. 16% feels like a lot more. You see the Wizard likes the overbet 2/3 of the time here. Pot has grown to 1.2.
We'd love to get stacks in by the river with a hand such as this.
And with that said, then, size-wise, is the intention to leave yourself at kind of a 1 SPR effective jam?
That is a very common idea, but see what Kuznetsov goes for.
For those, by the way, not familiar, SPR stands for stack to pot ratio. So if Kuznetsov sizes such that the pot ends up being exactly after a Donchev call, what Donchev would have left behind. This would be the idea.
Kuznetsov does go for the overbet, and for Dimitar, the path forward is extremely clear. We call. And an idea behind the just call, aside from how perhaps obvious it is to a lot of us, is that a player of Kuznetsov's ilk will have things like Jack of Spades 9, which of course is drawing dead. And we, in turn, have things like King High flush draws and hands that, if we go all in and get called, it's so brutal, but our hand is too good to fold. So we protect this scenario by calling with something of the nuts. And again, can he dodge disaster, Ali?
Drum roll, please. And the answer is yes. Do we favor that backdoor spade showing up in terms of our prospects to collect further chips?
I guess so, Ali. I guess we do. If we're Dimitar. And for Kuznetsov, it's obviously scary with pot left to play. But
how worried is he about spades across the way?
He's concerned about spades. He's concerned about a better 10. He's concerned about 5s or 6s for that matter.
So concerned that he may be more willing to check than bring forward a size of his own choosing?
I don't think so, because he really wants to target jacks through aces or even a worse 10. And if we check, these hands can check. So even though we're beat sometimes, we kind of have to put chips in, because all of those hands won't put chips in for us.
Oh my goodness.
No.
He's gone with the all-in, a snap call.
No.
His first inclination was flush, but far better than that is what Donchev produces. And just like that, Nick, for all of the L's that were hung on him, all of those small pots, all of those folds he was forced into making, he instantly reverses roles and finds himself sitting on 13 million and leaves Kuznetsov with 6 and a tickle.
That's all true, Ali.
4 million, 4.1, 4.2.
And you're right. If you hang in there, if you know. Here we go.
Strategically speaking, it felt very much like somewhat of a game plan. Hang back, wait for your moment. Obviously, the fact that Kuznetsov managed to find a 10 and a willingness to jam there on the end, no less, aiding Dimitar to this moment.
Of course, a vicious cooler, but you're right. Dimitar does a great job of not dusting chips while still doing a lot of things.
And then 2 time bank chips.
One of the things he most definitely wasn't doing is getting impatient. And certainly for many of us who are sitting here watching, even without the cards in our hands and a bracelet on the line, we began to collectively feel a bit of impatience. But the man in the driver's seat did not. Now he's got his hands on the wheel, very much so.
How I should be playing on river? How I should be playing on river as pair 1?
Maybe you can block.
Check fold?
No, block, I mean.
Block fold?
Why not? Your both get there. So. But I'm not sure. I mean, it's a rough spot for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Inquisition, just immediate from Kuznetsov.
Yeah,
How should
cool.
I play that on the river? And
I would think they're friends. Sort of.
250.
Friendly.
And that was cool. And note, Wiz threw out the bet mid on the river, which is a little bit vague that they're doing for this segment. Normally, you know, look at exact sizes. But it's interesting as it kind of spoke to what Dimitar was saying. And now that the board has changed so drastically, maybe that is an idea for middle kicker 10 to just go for a sort of small bet decide.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, the battle rages on as Kuznetsov is once again bestowed a 10-9. This time it's performing quite a bit better than the last, as he's got top pair against nothing more than queen high. What he no longer has, of course, is the chip lead. Unfamiliar territory for him in this match, and I think the next, 10, 15 minutes, keeping an eye on how Nikita reacts to this development is, something worth doing.
Yeah, there's definitely some players, myself included at times, try to get those chips right back. It's, a little bit of human nature. As we see YouTube here at WSOP, the Facebook link, Insta.
What do you got against X? I can't call it X. Every time I do, I hate myself a little bit.
X is the only platform I'm on, and I kind of hate it.
But Twitter.
Twitter, right?
It's
yes,
just Twitter.
Of course I say Twitter, but
yeah.
Yes.
Like,
I don't know. I feel maybe I got to get on the gram or something. Twitter it's I don't know.
I feel like there's people posing as you on the gram. Isn't there an account trying to be you on the gram?
I'm not familiar with that, but
nothing more awkward than your exact name being parked on by someone else. What are you doing?
We'll be all right. Limp check.
Ace for Donchev. The limp began to come when he was down around this 6 million mark that Kuznetsov is in, but being employed once more, not only with the chip lead, but with an ace no less, which is under rep now on this ace-king 5 board.
And note the tricky check back from Dimitar. Kuznetsov now picking up the gut shot.
Check.
Doesn't bite.
Here comes half pot out of Donchev. He did pick up the wheel draw. Kuznetsov just releasing. We can be guilty sometimes of forcing matters after we lose a big pot, kind of hastily trying to claw back the chips lost. Doesn't appear that Kuznetsov is going to be suffering through that. He too binning a dirty diaper. Another ace on the button for Donchev. This time, a raise? No. Looks like he's calling once again. Oh, and he's induced this King-Jack to raise. Granted, a legitimate holding with which to take us north. He's 5 off, not falling into the limp 3-bet category, however.
All true, Ali. Million out there.
10-10-4. Size still best. $250,000 out of Kuznetsov, and Donchev hanging tough here. Another $500,000. Floods the middle. Deuce providing the wheel draw to the ace-5, not aiding the king-high. And now we lack a paddle. Kuznetsov does check. Checking back, finding a 5 for an improvement, and not a negligible one as played. You beat the 4x deuce x. Not that we expect that to be in Kuznetsov's big blind raising range. Third and final check in front of us. We're starting to feel like maybe this is a couple of big overs. Hopefully a big ace that might pay us off.
Such a quick check from Kuznetsov, but I've realized he just kind of does that, which is cool. I like snap actors in poker. It's rare, especially in this day and age.
You got so many guys that just take the shot clock right down to the brink. Every time.
And you know, players are allowed to think as well.
No thought required for the king-high check fold as Dimitar's rail appears to be a little bit more jubilant than they were not long ago.
That might be a mixed rail. Not sure if it's all for Dimitar, but you're right.
250.
We've yet to see a Gangs of New York sort of rail row thus far.
A Gangs of New York, what now?
Like a real throwdown.
Like a melee, yeah, that would be,
yes.
That would be great.
Like a couple of rails just having had enough of one another.
What I would give for just a huge fight on the rail. Gut shot working for Kuznetsov. 10 of diamonds, somewhat working for Dimitar.
Check? I check, yeah.
I, for one, romanticize it because we could then actually do commentary on the fight on the rail.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
You know.
Meanwhile, the fight being taken to the jack high, courtesy of this gut shot on the button for Nikita.
It looks mannerisms-wise that this one is over.
Good read.
Blinds are 6120.
Blinds going up. Not great news if you've got the shorter of the two stacks. And from 4080 to 6120, no, 5100, sorry. That's where we were.
$250.
Queen Jack for Donchev. It's Kuznetsov's turn for a 4-5 off.
Calls $250.
Defense brings us to the flop and bottom pair. for the 4-5. Trailing significantly behind the middle pair of the pre-flop razor.
With both suits, by the way, for Kuznetsov. Might he go for a check raise?
125.
I feel like we saw him snap-ish call a similar combo. But now, he does not a snap, but he does call.
Which is to be expected, in particular with that 4 of hearts as well. And now that heart draw comes in.
It's definitely to be expected to not fold.
Kuznetsov checking once more in the presence of that 3rd overcard. Gut shot picked up for Donchev.
Dimitar almost certainly content to do the same.
And check.
On this river, I would think Kuznetsov is meant to bluff, although maybe not, but it's hard to have too many worse hands. We can have some 3-4 that didn't check raise flop, and maybe some tricky unpaired hands with 1 heart that were meant to have to just bluff later. He does go for the check, Dimitar as well. Interesting one.
Donchev leave any meat on the bone at all?
I don't think Donchev left any meat. I'm more curious about Kuznetsov's river decision. It's not entirely clear. The 5 is good heads up more than it is, say, versus the low jack, where they have 8s and 9s as a much higher portion of their range than heads up, where there's all sorts of unpaired hands. But still, sometimes you do take that interaction type bottom pair and just bluff. Maybe he nailed it, not clear. Battle of the 3 deuces won by the guy who didn't have to make a decision.
I'm really trying to assign rooting interests to the rail.
Yeah, for some reason I'm thinking the guys on Kuznetsov's side, or, you know, I think that's probably what's going on.
One thing I know for sure is Liam Neeson would be after all of these guys.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. The match is over shortly.
King's here.
Ace.
Or Kuznetsov in the big in the face of the limp from the 9-6. He takes it up. And that is that. Suited now.
250.
For Nikita.
250.
As he tries to navigate these unfamiliar waters of a big chip deficit, which is nearing 3-1. Donchev defends with the King-8 of diamonds. Finds a king in the window. Diamond to go alongside it. Kuznetsov finds nothing at all, but again, playing with pace. Risk declaration, I thought, of 125. I don't know, did I? Yeah.
You heard that right. I think when he's betting range or close to range, he just gets right on with it. And he does have an interesting combo to barrel off on a lot of turns. This, perhaps among them. It's interesting to have 2 spades on heart, club, and diamond to unblock some folds of backdoor hearts and clubs. We kind of have 2 just irrelevant cards and block the straight. It's an interesting combo to consider bluffing with sometimes.
600.
He does go for 600, and for Dimitar, we're just laying rope.
Absolutely. As the check call didn't dissuade the 10-5 from looking up at this gut shot and deciding to lean a bit further into this spot. 6 into 750. Donchev never stepping away from a king and a diamond draw. Does he feel so good about it that he doesn't want to lose his man? Apparently that is the answer. As he flats. Oh, and he makes diamonds.
This is just so wonderful if you're Dimitar. And for Kuznetsov, this is one of the trickiest scenarios in poker. And he does shut it down. And
Wow.
a great choice.
I'm with you. I was concerned that this would be the moment that Nikita would think that he didn't want to orphan the investment, but he did not hesitate to check back and wave that white flag. And quite fortunate that he did. As you see, Alex Keating out there on the rail to the right. But I do think somewhat of an investigation of this gentleman here in the patchwork rayon with the gold chain, gum working, shades up and over. This guy here.
Yeah.
You know what this is? This is an illicit taxi solicitor at the airport.
I'll tell you what, I'm struggling to put a read on that guy.
Oh, I'm not. This is, my friend, you need taxi?
Yeah.
You've been to JFK. That's the guy.
Yeah, I hear you, but that could be...
He could supply some other things other than a taxi ride if I had to guess.
You're the comedian, right? You're the funny guy?
Hey, come over here. I'll give you a ride. Into desert.
Yes, I have a ride free of charge. But tomorrow you don't wake up in the morning. That's the only cost for you.
Couple of open-enders here. Of course, the advantage for Kuznetsov is if the 6 rolls off, he makes the 7 high straight.
And it looks like this was a limp check, and he's just going for the lead straight away. For Donchev, we don't love it.
But we are not here to fold open-enders on unraised pots like this, are we?
Correct. We are not. And one nice thing about inflating the pot with this particular combo for Kuznetsov is that Dream 6, where there's just more money in there when we cooler the 3.
Board pairing 4. Nikita not cooking up another barrel.
No, that guy's strong, though. I mean,
Can we get production to just give me an ISO shot of that guy?
I don't think we can, Ollie.
It's probably in our
they're going
best
to just
interest.
kind of stick to the poker, you know.
Is this one done? 400 into 560?
You know, that's a very good question. He has a little bit better than the open ender, but he only has 7 high. Is this one done? Getting a little bit better than 2 to 1. It is not. This can go a lot of different ways.
Man, that 400 representing almost 10% of the remaining stack. A third 4 now.
It's kind of interesting, even though we don't love the 7 of spades. Sometimes ideas are to now just kind of go for some block and say you have a deuce or even a 5. That's part of your EV of calling big bets out of position with draws. Having said that, maybe this is just meant to check. But it is an idea sometimes that you do now play this game on the river. And he is doing it. He is claiming that he has a 5 or even a deuce.
But look at the price point at which he's making that claim. He's not shouting. This is a whisper.
It's a bit of a whisper because a deuce is kind of a whisper sort of hand, targeting curious big cards that beat draws. And for Dimitar, he does a good job of not being a 6 or a 7 or an 8, but just jack high. Wonderful execution from Kuznetsov, showing a lot of fight, keeping himself in the match through wily moves. That was sweet.
And kind of necessary as well. Losing that one would put him down to the low water mark. Got it through cheap. 7 high. Not feeling like it's ever a winner at Showdown there. Kind of needed that one too, Nick. You know, just
both momentum-wise and just literally.
Yeah. It's so easy to think that the doom switch has been flipped. What do you think he's pitching to this guy in the vest here?
By the way, do you like pills ever for just for sleep, you know, or maybe fun, but. I have for pain, but also I have ones for maybe for party. Might be a sweet guy with a loud shirt. You know, we don't know that this guy's a drug dealing. Well, no.
Maybe we do.
No. You know, you never know nowadays.
These sorts of allegations
you don't know
are
with these
inappropriate.
guys, though. You know, you just never know.
This guy, you know, he might work at the cell phone kiosk or something down there at Fashion Show.
Let me tell you something. Those guys, man. Well,
they got a lot of heart, those guys, man. But they're not strictly kiosk operators.
Man, this
they
one
got
guy
side hustles.
asks me every day, brother, I don't want the charger. I guess he doesn't remember me, though.
You talking
know,
about on when you run the gauntlet into the tournament area?
Oh,
talking about,
the
wait,
mini,
wait a minute.
are we heads up now?
Somebody's no longer a part of the festivities.
Is that Kardik right there? I hung out with him in an airport once. That kid is really cool. I like him a lot. What a run.
Bed.
Wow, Kardik third. Sick, man.
200 dimes in the back pocket.
Nice kid, Kardik. What a great score. For $500, Ali.
$200, I thought.
No, $500.
Oh, yes, the buy-in, sure.
So sweet.
ROI is solid. No doubt about it.
250.
Gotta love it.
250. Calls 250.
Queen 8 goes to work on the button. 10-9 has become somewhat of a frequent vista. This time turning into a gutter on the 8-6 board where Kuznetsov has trips.
And Dimitar has a don't fold, to say the least.
$1.25. Far from the kind of price that would leave us uninterested in the gutter.
We are going up, Ali.
Yeah, this was, especially with that 10 of spades, an idea.
Yeah, I think all of these straight draws just mix, call, and raise with a spade. For Kuznetsov, does his little move there where he slides the chips. So many players have their own idiosyncrasies with how they shuffle and
1.125.
Use the chips. There it is, 1.1 and the 25.
Yeah, chips being used quite aggressively right there as the curtain is drawn on the hopes of 10-9. Now putting a couple together here. Kuznetsov feels like he's got a little bit more pep. Gets himself a walk. Among his hobbies, by the way, Nick, besides poker?
Kuznetsov or Dimitar?
No, Kuznetsov.
Go
Tennis. Likes to swing the racket out there, and I believe that hat, I can't really clock it, but it may be the Monte Carlo
250.
Tennis Club.
250.
Nice. It's a great hobby. In the sun, you know, moving around. You've been working out at all, Ali, or you've been doing anything at all? You look great, but I think that's just the kind of stress-free, like you don't really have, you know, you're not an overthinker.
These Japanese guys are stressing me out, man. They're playing great.
Going to the gym
It's kind of pissing me off.
Anything?
Tell me more about this gym you speak of.
No, I mean, you going on walks with
every now
with
and
your
again
girl,
we'll do that,
walk around the neighborhood.
That loop, yeah.
Okay.
She
All right,
gets
you
me
do the
up
loop.
and moving.
That's good.
But largely, you know, I'm a candidate for a hemorrhoid by the time the summer's done. Just leather assing it.
My goodness me. It's amazing how it A simple question of have you been going to the gym? And then somehow there we are.
Club draw. That's where Donchev is. Things could get slightly interesting. Kuznetsov simply defended. Now facing this 120.
You're right.
C-bets have been on the small side of late.
Well, it's board dependent. We saw a big one on 963 or whatever it was, something like that. And yeah, I was wondering about this. This is kind of serviceable from Kuznetsov. It just accomplishes a lot. I don't know if it's an idea to always do it, but I would certainly think sometimes. For Donchev, of course, not going anywhere. Does he want to slip back the flop 3-bet to Kuznetsov, which happened a moment ago to him? He does. Very interesting dynamic. On the 8-8-6, we had a flop 3-bet, and now Donchev is saying, I can do that as well.
Yeah. So.
Oh, there's.
Is that our guy?
That's our guy. Yeah.
Non-zero chance his name is Bilo.
Yeah, it's non-zero. You're right.
But the 4-bet really more so the story and the focal point right now is Donchev flexing a touch, sending those 5s into the bin. And you know, that ace and that jack do belong to him often enough. Representations can be made credibly.
Yeah, that was cool.
$250.
$250.
Pretty one.
Suited king queen and dominating Kuznetsov, who's got eyes for this queen 10 of diamonds without doubt.
850.
How much?
Does 3-bet.
850. Calls 850.
So 850, taxing the dominant holding an extra 600 and finding himself in some pretty rough waters.
Very rough.
Unbeknownst.
And very representable waters somewhat for Kuznetsov with the gut shot. And of course Dimitar, albeit unpaired with the dream.
Yeah, that nut flush draw, Broadway gutter. Lack of a diamond on board is unpleasant, but conquering that displeasure, Kuznetsov gets busy telling a story and into 1.7. How loudly will he tell it? 4 1/4. Donchev very content to just flat here with position. Try to see what develops. And how about that for a development? The nuts on the turn. Kuznetsov now drawing dead. He has really exhaled mightily into this pot thus far. But without hesitation, Nick, he does find that check seems quite sage.
It does. Maybe Dimitar finds the check back, but probably it just goes small and this one's over.
The check back does set you up to get paid by less hand on the end, though, doesn't it?
And
yes. Oh, and he does find it sick from Dimitar.
That is fairly naughty. And now a board pairing 7 on the end. Will Kuznetsov resume the fairy tale? No, just a quick check. Abandonment resolute.
Nice shutdown. Felt like it was a shutdown with an air of kind of I know what you're up to, sort of, as well. A little bit. Not saying he does, but...
Like, I see your ace plus.
Kind,
that vibe.
Kind of. Just... He checked in a way where he almost open-mucked the river.
Yeah, that... I hear you. This looks chunky.
Oh, now is he considering beating 8-9? Or is he Hollywooding? Just kind of counting a stack for next hand. Wow.
Show one time has been requested.
Maximum pressure.
Yes.
From the rail there.
Yeah.
Just 320. So now the blinds are up once again. 25 big blinds for Kuznetsov only. He goes for the min.
On. Players all in.
Oh, and Dimitar does jam. This is very close.
Is it?
For Kuznetsov, very close.
A6 off at this stack depth with the new blind level.
25 with no ante. He's waiting for a pip better, we would imagine. I think he nailed that.
5K. Yeah.
Okay, the rail is...
I really... You know, I'm not ashamed to tell you, I've been to some dark corners of the internet, you know, and I do feel like that accent is familiar, generally in the background of an adult film clip.
And then small blind 8.
Yeah. You know, I think they do, a decent amount of production happens kind of around out that way.
Okay, Ali. There it is.
And by the way, he may be involved in it, if I'm being honest.
If I could get the joy out of anything in life that Ali gets from himself.
It's the imagination, you know.
You really are so blessed. My.
Just to have you here with me, you know, it does, to an extent, bring it out of me, if I'm being honest. You know, not to blame you.
Right.
You know, that's not my intention.
Yeah. I'm an enabler, though, for your behavior, kind of.
But like some small part of you is here for it a little bit.
Maybe one day, you know, on the back nine of life, for one brief moment, I will acknowledge such a sentiment. But I don't even know if it's true just yet. Limp check.
I'll accept that. As will Donchev, the limp, with his Jack 5. Both players with a club here, Nick. Ace 9-8 monotone, and they're big clubs at that in a limp pod. Kuznetsov activating.
And it's interesting when it's limp check, you can only go half pot. Can't go for the quarter with no ante. So he does.
Balls 160.
Obviously, a club would be a very poor development for Donchev, probably.
Board pairing 8 in lieu of a club, however.
Considering saying he has the 8. Kuznetsov.
160.
Has an interesting combo to maybe raise. I don't think we fold. We kind of like not being a 5, 6, 7, 10 or jack for Kuznetsov. He goes for the call. Queen high good. This can go a lot of different directions. See what the river brings, Ali.
Oh, the aforementioned trouble card. A club giving both players the flush here. Donchev, 960 in there, looking across at that 3 million in front of Nikita and wondering whether or not he can cobble some of it away.
I have a feeling he's going to go for a small size. Does check. It's also understandable. We would imagine this goes bet call.
Yeah, I mean, the check certainly frees up Nikita to fire hands that he would not have called with. But this barrel will not be a bluff, but rather
160.
the hunt for value. Was it 360, the declaration?
Maybe 760?
Oh, wow.
So you said 860?
Yeah, he's carving out.
960.
Okay, 960.
Oh, wow. Full pot.
Queen high flush.
Zero fears of a full house or the king of clubs. And Donchev just kind of shoulder shrugging and making the call there. Not really any other option is played.
Yeah, I don't think there's another option.
I was bet on turn.
We've seen him make some great
I was
folds, but
better
that
on
just
turn.
would have been an inappropriate one.
Yes.
So up to 30 bigs.
You could see he was annoyed as he probably felt he kind of doesn't beat value versus full pot. You might, of course. Maybe that's the size he's going, and considering a 7+ of clubs, worth it. But it felt dire for Donchev, but something he could have done. 10-6 suited now.
Just kind of a setup spot there.
Kuznetsov with exactly 30 bigs.
Dominated.
And now you can see Kuznetsov's stack has gotten a lot tighter. Needs to know exactly what we're working with.
Checks option.
Does it feel as though Donchev has shifted into this button limping strategy as a tangible result of the chip lead?
He has objectively just incorporated more limps as the match has progressed. But the chip lead and just the big blind situation of Kuznetsov, perhaps one and the same. I think he wasn't going for limps when they were very deep, and then started playing them.
Conversely, though, Nikita has been a little bit more apt to carry on with the raising on the button despite having less chips.
He's been limping as well. A little bit? Yeah. They're doing it all out there, Ali.
Sure. Well, you know that both players possess the full spectrum of that which is needed to be successful in the heads-up discipline, and that is in part why they find themselves squaring off here. Though this pot doesn't rate to be the most exciting. Both players do connect with a 6 as the fourth club lays down on the end. Would be a chop at showdown.
160.
Look at this. 160.
Dimitar understandably irritated by this. See the good news. The 160 will be returning home.
Calls 160.
What's that?
Pair of sixes. Sixes and fours. Chop.
Carve it up.
Sixes, fours, queen. Chop.
Chop.
Tell you what, this Kuznetsov has a lot of heart, Nick. Forgive, the obvious. Perhaps this was already deduced across the matches that we witnessed up until this point, but he's scrapping out there.
I really like his style. He's definitely scrapping. He has a lot of tricks. He has a lot of moves. And again, he plays a kind of old school, new school hybrid game.
4.8.
Live.
4.8. Yeah, plus minus.
Which I think is kind of good. End of the day.
Yeah.
It is live poker after
320.
all.
320. Close 320.
And raise open. 10-7 suited defending. 6-4 offsuit falling into the raise camp on the button. Ace Jack 10 board. Bottom pair for Donchev. Facing another 160.
Heart's working as well.
Calls 160.
Another 320 into the middle. Kuznetsov certainly would have had a preference for Donchev to bow out. Instead, that rates to be fairly impossible now as he makes trip tens. Another jack we didn't want to see, but with the check back from Kuznetsov, perhaps we're a little bit less concerned about being beaten.
These are always strange, where both players are somewhat often playing the board. Maybe Kuznetsov is a little bit more because Dimitar elected to call a bet, or Kuznetsov simply bet.
The bet was 960.
It's like he went for roughly half pot.
Yeah, 560.
Curious to see what size he went for.
Well, lest you think that Donchev is a shoo-in at this point, allow us to remind you that for the bulk of this match, it was Nikita Kuznetsov who held the chip lead and really didn't relinquish it until that one fell swoop in which fives full down trip tens. And since then, it is Donchev who has been holding on to a commanding advantage. But it can change in a hurry out there. One cooler, all it takes. The Brunson on the button.
The Brunson employed.
Yeah, the Robbie's out there, suited edition, albeit. As the Jack 4 checks back. Checking 6-6.
Nice find pre from Dimitar also. Despite the no ante, you're really still only folding the very worst hands. This one does go for the limp.
Two checks and now another queen. Jack high still best.
This is a little tricky. 10 high, a very tricky hand class. Some showdown, but could try to mess with both the jack and the other 10. And now we have a full house on the board.
Yeah.
Kuznetsov is just kind of saying, you're the one who has pairs above the 6. I never do. Just kind of range aware. Sometimes when a very likely chop comes out on the board, the big blind is meant to go berserk. But not every time. And for Dimitar, I do think we have to make a claim here. It's strange, though, because now if we happen to have a very trappy 2-8, we still play the board.
That's a good point.
You know, it's kind of weird.
Have more queens.
Yeah, you can't rep the kings and aces in that spot.
But you still could just do the thing of, you often have nothing, and I want that, but...
Yeah. Quad sixes, repable?
Maybe they are meant to be possible on the river, but it feels a bit odd to just check twice. Maybe though. Limp check, if there's a lot going on, you have to check some good hands.
Calls, big blind.
Nine 4. Limping into an ace queen here.
640.
Raise to 640.
Finger wag out of Donchev ends the affair. believe easy money was just declared from the rail.
I just heard an easy money from the rail.
That's somewhat aggressive.
They go kind of hard at the Donchev rail.
I believe that's Shilko alongside Keating. Certainly modest rail
Paul's 160.
there for Kuznetsov. Small ball
10.
has been
10
the
for
order
you.
of the day of late. And is that what we want if we're Kuznetsov as well? We're all too happy to indulge Donchev into that approach?
Fair chance.
I suppose, but if he tries to run us over with impunity, sometimes we wake up with it and double. So I don't think... Not sure.
Check.
He's drawing dead, though. Wisely checking with both suits where maybe he could make a claim. Kuznetsov does a good job of seemingly not over bluffing while still bluffing quite a lot.
320.
320. 320.
That's it, baby.
Donchev, by the way, doesn't appear particularly lathered by all of his rails enthusiasm, just continuing to operate.
He's all business. He's still out there. Did this guy just ship the mini mystery?
No, he's over there with Chance. Let's send it down to Jeff Platt. He's got more.
That is a wrap at the mini mystery millions. Philip Chun is the champ. Chance Corniff, Kristen Foxen, Alex Foxen. I mean,
Amazing.
So much. I know it's all you. It's all you. She prepped me this morning. We had a call. We had a coach. She's my coach. She's my coach, and we had a call. She took a call, and then she gave me all the pointers, and then it came through.
So
Thank you
awesome.
so much,
That's
Alex.
so
Sorry about
awesome.
your loss. Sorry about,
no,
yeah.
sorry.
We're so I thought you bust out. I was like, oh, I thought we were.
It happens.
Thank you.
It's
You're
so
the
amazing. It's so amazing.
It's all Kristen.
Chance, you come over here too. You guys get in the background. This is part of the rail.
There's a few I didn't go over. There's a few, I made a bad call earlier, so we need to talk about it. We need to talk about it later. We need to talk.
Okay, Philip, if I could talk to you first.
Yeah.
You'll get plenty of time with these guys. You guys stay in the background. The rail is formed. This is fantastic.
Oh, sorry, they're missing handed. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah. I'd say what's running through your mind right now. It seems you're already thinking about hands to go over with Kristen, but besides that, being so close to a World Series of Poker bracelet that is now yours.
I can't even fathom this. I've been playing poker for over 20 years.
Yeah.
I was a freshman in college when Chris Moneymaker won, so this is just a dream. I mean, Norman Chad would be ideal, but Jeff Platt will have to.
Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
I listened to Lon McCarron and Norman Chad all those years, and just to have a World Series of Poker bracelet, I can't believe right now. It's a dream.
Besides these guys, awesome rail. Besides these guys behind you, awesome rail. What is it like to have this kind of support? I know you just called your mom earlier as well.
It's amazing. I think this is a poker player's dream. This is why we play it. This is the glory, and I can't thank the coaches at Chip Leader Coaching enough. They're amazing. They are the best in the business, and I joined the Inner Circle 6 months ago, and for a fact, I would not have this bracelet without their coaching and support. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Well, you guys are getting a round of applause. He's about to get a bigger round of applause, if that's okay, because, Philip, on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is an honor of mine to present to you with your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. Hold it up to that camera, all these cameras. There's Philip Chun, your mini Mystery Millions champion.
Only 20,000 people.
Foxon, Chance Corneth, and Kristen. How gratifying is it for Kristen as well, you know, this morning to take a call with a student and then just get him across the finish line like that? You've done a little bit of coaching, Nick, through the years?
A little bit here and there. That has to be incredibly rewarding for them. And for Philip, congratulations. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
To plow through 20,000 players.
That is quite the achievement. But I love that the first thing that he was thinking about is, I made a bad call that we're going to need to talk about. Tells me that he's definitely got the right mindset. Not here to revel in all of what went right, but try to fix that which went wrong. Going to be a force to be reckoned with moving forward, if I had to guess. So GG's to Philip Chun. Congrats to him. He did kind of shower old Jeffy, though. You know, I was hoping it would be Norman Chad, but I guess you'll do.
Yeah.
Pretty strong. Meanwhile, the strength of our schedule on display. Today, of course, is that final day, but then tomorrow we're going to pick up this GG Millions coverage. Days 2, 3, and the final day coming your way at 7, 7, and 6 p.m. local time here in Vegas across June 2nd through the 4th. And you saw all of the talent that flicked it in over there, and I would imagine some of that cream's going to rise. Should be a very entertaining broadcast, broad spectrum. That's one of those where you get a lot of like super satellite qualifiers and whatnot across the entire year, right? So you'll get all sorts of interesting hands being played out between a broad spectrum of aptitude.
Definitely. Good start for Kuznetsov.
Sixes versus deuces. Another one of these limp pots. Donchev knuckling back, not finding aid on the turn.
And
Kuznetsov picking up the gutter.
This 4 deuce from Donchev would lend to the idea that he's really only folding 7 deuce and 8 deuce, perhaps 3 deuce.
Two checks on the turn.
Check is good.
6.
So no post-flop barrels there. Kuznetsov collects a tiny one. Things have been a bit static of late in this match. Just kind of Donchev holding on to a significant chip lead. Kuznetsov hovering between 4 and 5 million. Trying to have a little bit of a breakout.
Check.
And checks.
More limping. Kuznetsov dominating. And he's up against an open-ender with his gut shot here. No spades on board. No betting either. Board pairing jack now. Queen high still in front. $200. $200 declared here by Donchev. Understandably, doesn't look like Kuznetsov is particularly interested. But now all of a sudden, when the call is made, begin to wonder whether or not a significant barrel on the end unimproved will be required. But that's only if you're unimproved, which he isn't. 7 slides in, giving him the jack high straight. Preston.
Tricky spot, just as far as what to do.
600,000.
Looks like he goes for 80% pot, 75% pot, and this one is over. Was that English there? I think they've pivoted to...
Was it?
I don't think that was English.
No.
But they've been mostly English on the rail as we look at the 1500 Six Max. Great tournament. One thing I love about Six Max tournaments, if you make it through day one, you're quite deep. They really drop like flies. And of course, just the space at the table, stretch your legs out a little bit, play more hands.
I think they'll play more hands. You know, you're not quite as shackled in those six-handed tables as you might otherwise be. There's a fan favorite, Shiina Okamoto. Two-time bracelet winner, back-to-back wins in the ladies event, and a second the year before she broke that seal. So, newest member of that GTO Wizard team alongside Espen Jorstad, cobbling her way through this event.
You can tell she's tough, too. She really fires.
Beasting out there. Rania Nasreddin.
Also not scared to run one, Ali, at all. I don't know if you've ever played with her.
Have not. You been on the other side of an exchange?
Yeah, she runs some sick bluffs.
Jessica Vierling.
Looks like she's all in, perhaps. Not sure. Or she's folding maybe on the river.
Yeah, she's got her chips there.
All right. I can see that we are going, we're checking out the ladies right now. That's 4 in a row.
It seems thematic now. Cherish Andrews, by the way, who has access to the mind of Brock Wilson, her boyfriend. Not a bad one to have access to. Cherish can play a lick, no question about it.
Very much so.
You want to wait for that dude?
Maria Lampropoulos, perhaps?
I don't know, but you kind of nailed that off the rip. I mean,
I've done a couple dinners at Milos. I think that's about the extent of it. Greece on my list, by the way. I want to get out there. Maybe not like peak season, you know, because I know the tourists can kind of overrun.
No, I hear you. Love Greek food.
Yeah. Check. Looking to do a little bit more dining on his opponent is Donchev here. He's got an ace against a queen. No pairs anywhere.
And check. And check.
6 on the turn, providing Donchev a gutter after the 2 checks.
Check.
Nine slides right in conveniently.
Kuznetsov might be tempted as well. I would think in this line you are meant to bluff a lot of your air. That's worse than queen high.
200.
Understandable goes for half pot. Bad news incoming.
Was this an unnecessary effort, this 200 with the queen?
No, I think it's just the idea. Certainly a jack, or if you somehow have 3-4 or 3-5. But I think even this hand class, this just is the idea, at least a lot of the time.
Well, having it get through certainly was more so the idea than facing a raise to 700.
It is probably easy to overbluff in a spot like that, though, but it's tricky.
Kind of got to tip your hat a little bit to Donchev, limping the ace and then checking it back a couple of times, also playing a role in the induction.
They both must be pretty fatigued out there. 4 days, even though one thing that's so cool with Heads Up is you get those breaks. Unlike a conventional tournament, it's still just so exhausting.
Well, the other thing is you're not taking any time off, Nick. When you're in a ring game, you're not participating in every pot.
Exactly.
You sit back, you're on the phone maybe, you know, you're flagging down a masseuse or something.
That's right.
Here, just every single pot, you're being tasked with decisions. And over the course of any single match, let alone in aggregate across those aforementioned 4 days, it does begin to take a toll. Although, to be fair, I don't see signs of wear on either player. 8-3, good for a pair and a flush draw. Donchev not betting it. Also not so worried about this second ace. There's yet another one of these limp pots. There's Kuznetsov that took a swing on the flop.
I think one idea behind this from Dimitar is you have a lot of possible bluffs to choose from. So you get to go a bit thinner for value. Not that this is exceedingly thin playing heads up. But he has all sorts of 9 of diamonds, 6 type hands. It's getting away from Kuznetsov. Can he run it back up one more time? What do we think at home? Of course, Dimitar a prohibitive favorite right now.
Yeah,
but do we think Kuznetsov can run it back?
YouTube chat just came up with the poll. Who do you think is winning the finals? And obviously, when you stare at chip stacks and card distribution, it would be tough to click Kuznetsov. But maybe a couple of doubles, and suddenly we've got
you're never
different result.
Safe and heads up. Indeed, a few doubles and.
Yeah, forgive the obvious, but consider Negreanu against Ding Biao.
You know,
yesterday,
that one was
Nick.
really brutal.
10
I
to
think
1
he had
was the
him 10
lead?
to 1, right? Yeah.
And granted, ace-queen versus ace-9, Ding Biao got very lucky.
I know, the
to turn it
9,
around.
the Nina on the river.
Stone 3-outer for all of it.
I believe Daniel said, I just can't take it anymore.
There may have been an expletive laced in, you know.
I love how tilted he gets. He just wants it, you know. He's a real guy. He's a real competitive guy.
That's what I love, because
and
it's
by the
not
way,
as though...
sorry to cut you off, 10 to 1 stings so bad.
Sure. And he's been on the wrong side of that already once before in that high-stakes duel with Phil Hellmuth, you'll recall.
Yeah. That
I mean,
one,
and it might have been
was
an even bigger.
worse.
Yeah. So hence the I just can't take it anymore, maybe.
Yeah.
Reflecting upon the trauma of that turnaround. But for me, you know, a guy like Daniel with quite literally nothing left to prove. Nick, Hall of Famer, multi-bracelet winner, played all the cash games, you know, an ambassador, does the vlogs, has the sponsorships, you know. Life is good, but it isn't complete without that competition, and the flame still burns bright in his belly.
It does, and poker's one of the few games or sports where, you know, it's a little bit unclear as we get older. You still feel like you can play pretty well, you know, and I think he really feels that because you should continue to improve, sort of, in a way. Anyway, it's about these two right now. Can Kuznetsov spin it back?
Well, he and his rail certainly hoping that they can.
Big blind option.
A little roll call maybe in the chat. Who's here rooting for Nikita Kuznetsov? And for that matter, who's here backing Dimitar Donchev? Make yourselves known.
All in.
And perhaps a third faction of people, just who's here to see what sort of absurdity comes out of my mouth. No, they're not here for that. That's not what they're here
you
for.
know, yeah.
But they'll accept it.
I just had a vision of the main this year, and I definitely got a twinge of intense anxiety thinking about, you know, a week with you.
I'm going to tell you something.
But I am playing. Maybe God just kind of gives me that break.
This is the year you get to win the main, and none of that anxiety is.
I'll still see it for some days if I, but you just take a breath. I have a breathing technique to kind of calm down. I'm okay.
No, but I had a pre-production call. We're back on ESPN this year.
I know.
For the main event. And they've already sort of expressed their, professional concern over maybe some of the prior years. And so, what I'm trying to say is don't worry too much.
7.
Yeah.
700 total.
But
10-7. A little bit worried about what all of that raise stuff was here for. Lays it down to the 2 kings.
much love, though, to everybody here. We have a really big rail on YouTube. I know Twitch is here. Some of you guys on the East Coast still with us. It's late. International audience is with us. I'm sure some of you are at work kind of sneaking the stream, bobbing and weaving. We appreciate that as well.
Do let us know where you're out there streaming from right now.
I see in the chat there from Eric Webster, how's Ali's snack game this year? He considered the cup of noodles on the break. He was inquiring about hot water. It was confirmed they had it. Then he threw it to the side and said, you know what, I don't need this. And he's been no snacking tonight. Do you have a Kirkland Energy Spark?
Unopened?
Unopened? I mean, listen. Could have a new leaf here for Ali.
Changed man.
Winner for Kuznetsov.
Sort of can attribute the developing muffin top to some of this pivoting. I mean, really, the snacks start to stick to you. I'm in my late 40s now. Mind you, I have the maturity of a 13-year-old, but still, I can't eat like I'm at an 8-year-old's birthday party all my life. I've got to stop. Every summer it happens, I'm done.
Well, we'll see. But.
Jack 5 and Jack 4.
Norway's here, New Zealand, Santa Barbara, Chi-Town, London, Texas, Iceland, Australia. Love seeing that.
Don't look over Van City.
I didn't see that. Jersey's here. Bama. Texas falling asleep to your sweet voice, Ali.
Love that. Germany in the building, 8:14 a.m. Kuznetsov here with this gutter. 300K worth of seasoning onto an otherwise bland dish.
Don't think Dimitar will be looking to take that Jack of Hearts anywhere but the muck. He's kind of in that mode where you want to just close. He wants this thing over, but you have to still play. It's kind of, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean, but I'm going to say something, and I know you know what I mean by this. That desire to close has ruined some folks.
Of course.
Over the years, right? You want to have that kind of killer instinct, right? You don't want to be someone who's soft and just doesn't know how to have that animalistic finisher's mentality. But again, if you try to force matters, the match can turn on you in a hurry, and you can turn on yourself as well in the process.
100%.
Vaco out there in Georgia. Oh boy, we were talking about Georgian food earlier. Good to see some representation from that corner of the globe. Bulgaria is in the building, understandably.
We got somebody claiming ADX Florence with El Chapo. That would be kind of sick if that was true.
That would be sick.
But
careful, by the way, in those speedboats out there in the Gulf of America, I guess we call it now. Just things haven't gone well for those operators of late.
Check.
I mean, I see the videos, declassified.
Yeah.
Pair of 8s here for Kuznetsov. King high and backdoor clubs for Donchev. Limping has become the order of the day. $200 dimes, says Donchev. Kuznetsov flats. 3 looks harmless enough. Kuznetsov adding the wheel gutter.
Likely a check.
Sure enough. Check back confirmed. Now a 9 on the end.
And this is a spot, if Kuznetsov bets, where the idea with your king high as Donchev might be to hero call the bigger ones occasionally and the wheel ones occasionally, but not so much the ones with a 5, 6, or 7.
950.
Interesting going for the small overbet with the 8. Donchev with a bit of kind of not sure what you're up to, but
I'll take another spot.
I'll take another spot.
Yeah. One I feel a bit better about is, again, Nikita failing to climb up and over that 5 million corner. As I revisit the claim of 80K Florence with El Chapo, by the way, I feel like if
ADX.
ADX, sorry. I feel like if that were honest.
Good game, Todd, by the way.
It would have been ADX.
What a run.
Florence con El Chapo. The width kind of gives it away as Brunson walks away in third.
Right. My thoughts exactly, Ali. I was thinking that as well. Yeah, can you guys imagine Ali at maximum security? You don't really know, you hear him, but I actually think you'd pull it off. You'd be funny. You'd have some little hustle going on.
100%.
Obviously, you would develop a relationship.
I mean, yeah. I'd be wearing a wig and, certainly Alicia would be my new name, but other than that.
This is interesting. We have the limp from Kuznetsov, the 3.5 from Dimitar. Kuznetsov is in. Kind of a flip. He finds the 9. This one ain't over yet, Ali.
Out flopping those 6s. Not sure if this is a pot where he's going to be able to pick up a whole lot more out of Donchev. See Dimitar not willing to c-bet. Does open the door for Nikita to go to work with top pair.
$700.
Really tricky navigations for Donchev.
700.
But I think he may just go for the fold right now. It's a spot where we would almost rather have King of Diamonds Queen than 6-6.
And again, this is that visibility you talk about?
Visibility and interacting with some of the bluffs. I think it's a spot where we never fold the big cards with a diamond, but this kind of hand does just hit the muck, and he continues to just play a very nice technical game. Really doing his thing, and Kuznetsov's come back. We can see these gentlemen who are here for...
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
5 minutes is okay.
Stop clock, yeah? If stop, we can 5.
Or is it possible?
Stop or not?
Can I get a floor? Can I get a Florida
I believe they're going to let them take a little break.
Oh, hang on, I thought I overheard a declination of the request.
Okay, thank you. He's on the way.
Yeah, stop clock.
I'm gonna ask him.
And okay.
Yeah, I see him.
The clock is running in the
They'll have a 5-minute break.
Players want to take a restroom break since they've been playing for 2 hours and 40 minutes straight. Can they stop the clock or not for a 5-minute bathroom break? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Clock is stop, yeah?
This is event number 7, right? Yeah. How long y'all been
Guess you don't want to be the guy
We
who
have
walks up and says
oh,
no
like 1 minute. We waited for you. Yeah,
on the stream.
No, stop.
I'll add 1 minute.
Okay, so it looks like a affirmative. They are going to take an unscheduled break. It should be brief, however. Donchev versus Kuznetsov will continue from here at the World Series of Poker in about 10 minutes' time. Keep it close.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
$225. Calls $225. Check. $110.
$365.
Raise 365. 365. $1.575 million. Call 1.575.
All in?
All in and a
Flush?
call.
No. Да. And besides, can I see it?
Yeah. 3 tens. 4
Да.
outs. The all in is 2 million, 3 million, 3.6, 3.7, 8, 9, 4 million, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear. Hold it.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Come on, Daisy. Did he maybe fall? Oh! Oh my God!
Oh, if Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
The final table of the 2026 World Series of Poker 25K Heads Up Championship from where else but inside Paris and the Horseshoe here in Las Vegas. Alina Jad and Nick Schulman picking up the action where Dimitar Donchev is holding over Nikita Kuznetsov. A bracelet and $800,000 on the line. Both of these players have secured $528,000 courtesy of a minimum of a second place finish, but the 272K freeze out rolls on after an unscheduled but brief break.
5.
Raised to 500.
Donchev, Queen 9 dominating a Queen Deuce. Makes it 500 to go.
Calls 500.
Kuznetsov flirting with that 20 big blind stack. Has not been able to break free.
Check.
Does find the duck, though, on the pond.
See how useful it proves. 2 overs for Donchev.
$300.
300. The follow through into the million.
Calls 300.
Nikita here for it.
Check.
Board pairing 8 is an above average turn card for the deuce.
Very much so.
And check.
Donchev doesn't have a second bullet. Third 8 now. Really extraordinarily good run out for the deuce, in fact.
Check.
Third and final check out of Nikita. Is this a spot where Donchev expects that any of the straight draws, the kind of 5 and 6 high sort of stuff, would have been more inclined to lead at him, and so he doesn't feel the need to try to?
Well, I think he thinks he loses most of the time, but the 9 can actually play. Beat something like Queen 5 backdoor, maybe, or even a Queen 7. He just felt the hand was just a little bit too good to bluff.
125.
Kuznetsov now over $6 million. 6-3 off. Not enough.
Nicely done from Dimitar with the 10 deuce. That is the idea at this depth for the most part. You raise great hands and kind of terrible hands. some sort of in the middle hands, but you don't really raise your very good, but not hands that are ready to get it in for the most part.
In order to protect yourself from getting blown off of them?
You go for a more polar type of strategy when we're pretty shallow.
Staying the course with the limping on the button is Donchev here with this 8-5, ace-7 for Kuznetsov. He allows it.
Check.
Got shot in both camps. Donchev with the benefit of 5s.
And check. Check.
Both players checking. King says hello.
Was a bit surprised to see Kuznetsov not just rip pre.
Off of this depth, that's one way to go.
Check.
Yeah.
Surprised at all to see Donchev check back the 8-5 on the flop?
No, I think that's quite nice.
Check.
Now here with the second 9. Do we hunt value?
It's weird. We don't really think Kuznetsov has an ace all that often. He happens to have one. He is hunting value, likely getting called.
5.
Especially when you take the unorthodox
5s, 9s with a king.
non-aggress pre, as Kuznetsov does pay it off. Sees the bad news, Ali.
You know, initially I thought that the call was going to come in more swiftly, but there was a bit of apprehension.
A bit, but it was fairly swift.
Yeah. But kind of to suggest that he wasn't thrilled about calling with the ace, but understood that in that particular spot, it was a straightforward decision.
Calls. Big
Check.
blind out.
Check.
Check. Check.
King 5-4, monotone here. Donchev the only flush draw and another limp pot. Kuznetsov, sort of a zero equity red 9-7 barrel. And now all of a sudden the 9 of clubs giving him a good bit of equity. 75% to be exact against that flush draw and queen.
This is not so simple for Kuznetsov. He is just going for value.
750.
Not looking apprehensive whatsoever in the process either. 750 into the million.
And for Dimitar, queen high is good sometimes. We do have that spade, but probably he's just gone. You can tell it weighs on him when he's not sure. Usually the sign of a good player. I feel like sometimes you could tell Dimitar, he knows it's close and it bothers him. He wants to know, you know?
There are certain situations in which there's some ambivalence expressed by solvers, though, is there not? In terms
Of course, many where you mix and such, but
no,
nonetheless,
option, yeah.
it's just.
I apologize.
It's big
I'm
blind.
sorry.
It's okay, it's
I
okay.
apologize.
Don't worry.
Sorry, you got me.
Call.
Calls 250. Big blind option.
Ace 5 suited here for Donchev. Kuznetsov wise not to get frisky. with his own suited 9-deuce. Oh, hello. All club board is all Nikita. Quick to check over to Donchev, who's got bottom pair. Monotone textures tend to keep a lid on things, but not when one player's got the flush.
Yeah, it's a monotone board is always better for the player that elected to put chips in the pot.
So Donchev sprinkles 250.
Raise.
650.
Nikita announcing himself early. But that announcement doesn't have to be clubs, of course.
No, it can be things like one club. Dimitar again continues to just not dust off chips for no reason.
Yeah. And that could prove frustrating for Nikita at some point, but for the time being, he's headed in the right direction as we're headed over to Jeff Platt, the winner of the 10K 08.
And we have a winner of the 10K Omaha High-Low 8 or better championship. Scott Clements gets it done for bracelet number 4. Obviously a super tough level of competition. How did you get the job done today?
I just ran really well.
That kind of helps, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like we see you every World Series and not much beyond that. How big a part of your life is poker nowadays?
It's just a part of it.
It's just a part of it.
Yeah.
We can count on you coming to the World Series of Poker, enjoying some wine, winning a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Yeah.
And with that said, on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is an honor of mine to present you with bracelet number 4. There it is. Congratulations. You can hold it up to that camera. You guys can cheer for this guy, right? Scott Clemens, your 10K Omaha High-Low 8 or better champion.
Well, not a man of many words, but certainly much talent when it comes to poker across the span of many, many years. Clements, bracelet number 4. Congrats to him. You've rumbled with Scott over the years.
I have, and 08 is really his game. PL 08, he's super tough. And you know, sometimes in that spot, he's just exhausted. Like, it's hard, you know, I feel.
Well, you saw who he was up against. Defending champ, you had Brunson out there, Obst was at the table.
And I'm sure heads up with Weissman was tiring as well, for sure. Congratulations to Scott. Little countdown, he's got that index finger kind of, all right, some calculations there.
Check.
Check.
I check.
He's getting his bearings. I think he was always checking. Just wants to know his exact stack.
Check.
2 8s and a hook. Not interacting with either of these hands all too handsomely. And then the 9 could factor into a straight somehow.
$250.
I don't see a whole lot of libations on this particular rail. You know, generally cocktails will flow in a situation such as this, a celebratory mood, but
yeah, well,
these
you
guys
know,
are just dry out there.
The series has just begun, so perhaps they're, you know, trying not to get too out of hand too early. For the main, things are coming to a close. We see the min and the defend. Dimitar finds the 10.
And check.
Hops out in front of this king high, heart-free environment. So snap check back here from Kuznetsov, who does pick up the 2-way straight draw on the turn. Note that Donchev has the bad side of an open-ender.
Check. And check.
Notice the immediate check back from Kuznetsov. Consistent stylistically.
Yeah, not getting overly excited about the acquisition of that draw. And just, you know, another one of those hands also that you would prefer to ensure you see a river with. King high just relatively powerful as played. Not as powerful as 10s and 9s, however. You see Donchev come with full pot.
Bit brutal. Does let it go. Well played from Kuznetsov.
Went down to like 9%. So. Thank you.
I think it's a fairly fair assessment that both of these guys have done quite well not to hemorrhage chips gratuitously, not to give them away thoughtlessly. You know, the significant exchanges are those that were earned and certainly appropriate, I guess, for lack of a better term, to describe it, given the holdings and the runouts. The game hasn't been messy.
Calls 250.
You with me?
I'm with you.
It's just been kind of a clean
I agree with you.
day of poker.
And option check.
And while that may sort of diminish the frequency with which we're treated to some big explosive pot, it obviously has kind of been a nice way for both of them to proceed and prevent poorer outcomes. Open-ended is Nikita now. Donchev did limp the puck with the ace and decides to barrel. Of course, the open-ender not going away.
Almost a trap on the flop from Kuznetsov, just calling. So of course jack high, but the chips are simply getting spread at a violent rate right now.
I don't think I've ever borne witness to anyone spreading them like that in my life.
1.25 million.
He goes for the very sort of polar turn bet, saying he has a 4 or a bluff. Queen sometimes.
No, Donchev not done with it.
No, he's ahead of Jack 9, Jack 8, 8, 9, but he's gone.
Does your call on the turn in a spot like that hinge somewhat on the frequency with which you expect the barrel out of your opponent on the river, regardless of kind of what the run out might be?
Yes. You know, if somehow we could call and guarantee check on the river, that's the most compelling scenario to call. So anything close to that we prefer. And if we think they're all in constantly on rivers, we perhaps shy away a little bit more. As sometimes when we hero the turn, the idea is to mix hero the river.
15, 3, 4, 5, 5.
So let's see if Donchev shoves this A7 for pretty much the exact depth that Kuznetsov didn't. He checks it as well.
You think that Kuznetsov reads into range when you ask before acting with your option in the big? Like it's a hand that could have potentially jammed? Because it is kind of a strange time to ask for the count mid-pot with the option on you in the big, isn't it?
Well, it makes sense. You know, it's pretty technical at this point. He might be shoving sub, you know, low 20s and deciding to check this one and shove other ace-X. Sometimes the middle-y kicker is one of the more passive ones.
Both players flopping that ace. You saw Donchev check call the 250.
And both feeling like they have something of the nuts. Donchev especially quite under-repped.
$1.25 million.
And it's not as though Kuznetsov limping the button has announced himself either, but an added street, something we've not seen much of late. It's been kind of a single street on the flop, maybe the river, maybe the turn, but successive barrels now from Nikita and Donchev, of course.
Obviously for us at home, this one not particularly exciting. For them out there, the adrenaline is surging.
Another $2.5 million into the pot. Another king onto the board. Both players improving their kicker with that card. How much King X is still associated with either of these ranges?
Much more with Donchev, who check called turn.
And given that, is there merit to Dimitar reaching for chips?
It's interesting, many spots we just check our range on the river. He obviously deems this not one of them, and it makes a lot of sense. That's really his card.
Using a time bank, and you know that Dimitar is well aware of that reality that you just mentioned, Nick. And so he does reach into his stack and piles together 675. Is that the kind of sizing you want to see from the ace-7?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's a weird spot where not that much worse calls us, but we still are kind of protected by just having trips a lot and chop it up, gentlemen.
So the road travel did see a little ripple in it on the river, courtesy of the second king on the board, but ultimately we do find ourselves carving it up. Are you surprised at all that given both players have really demonstrated some significantly passive play, that neither of them have attempted to exploit that by dialing up some aggression, just to experiment and see whether or not that proves fruitful?
Yeah, I'm not sure that summary is totally accurate.
In terms of both of them being passive?
In terms of both of them being passive, I think there have been some lines that could have gone a certain way, but, you know, on the aggregate, I don't know. It's hard to say. Sometimes it can feel that way, but, you know, I mean, they're in there. But as far as dialing up the aggression, I'm just not sure, Ali. Exactly.
Fair. Both players, by the way, picking up this open-ender on the turn. Jack-High continues to be best, but Kuznetsov making noise.
I was surprised, though, that they both elected not to jam ace-7 sub-25. It's in the vicinity of some of your ace-X traps, and there is no ante, but I kind of thought you could just go all in.
Well, they might be willing to get some chips moving here as the 6 provides both with a straight and presumably another chop.
These guys are chopping every hand here tonight, guys.
Well, if you ask Kuznetsov, I think he might suggest not quite every hand, given he trails.
And also, you know, sometimes there's a spot where maybe it jams in theory, but we think they're limping strong or they're out there. And Dimitar was right. He was limping a great hand, ace-7, relatively speaking, hands up. So there's always have to give some credit that they are in tune with certain rhythms that don't necessarily translate watching. But put it this way, if you ever see a great player do something very weird, you should just, at the very least, ask
2.4.
yourself, is there any reason we just saw that? Because it's so easy to sit at home and in the booth and just say this was terrible, that was terrible.
Straight with the 3.
Oh, Donchev took it to 2.4. Kuznetsov calling, and the carve up is imminent.
And Kuznetsov did not love that on the end, by the way. You know?
No, sure.
Which is
3-7, 7-8. Both were issues.
A lot of chops.
A lot of chops, yeah, a lot of chops.
4 chops?
Just a little public service announcement, by the way, for those that might be slinging the plastic out there this summer. Try not to interject with any sort of opinions, you know. And it was innocent, I get it. But I've had a few spots where, you know, just laughing about something that, you know, somebody lost that pot, lady, you know, or sir.
Yeah.
Like just
slinging the plastic, by the way. What did you mean? The cards?
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
I suppose you could have read into that as peddling hot credit cards or something.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure, as is often the case. Not a good start for Donchev.
He's got himself middle pair up against top pair. Nikita following through on the pre-flop raise. 300 into 1.2, just quarter pot.
Calls 300. Check.
Ace on the turn. Maybe this is the card that will help usher Donchev's inferior pair into the muck. Kuznetsov having picked up the Broadway gutter, and of course is the now rare pre-flop raiser. Happy to carry on. And indeed, Dimitar.
And by the way,
steps aside.
Kuznetsov has quietly worked his way back into the match. Less than a 2-1 lead now, kind of out of nowhere a bit. The blinds have gone up. He sort of won the first few pots at the new level, and just like that,
yeah, he's stringing it.
For a minute there, it was over a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, 3 million, I think, a little north. The low point.
25K heads up.
600.
What a sweet one that would be to win. You know that it crosses both of their minds periodically. They try to push it away, but it's impossible. Kuznetsov defends.
Yeah, Donchev's turn to raise a button.
Check.
Finds himself middle pair on an 8-high rainbow board. 5 the focal point for Nikita.
This is one of those spots where you want value and you want to protect your hand, but you also don't really want to play for stacks with just a 3. Kuznetsov with just a snap fold.
Zero hesitation on it whatsoever.
The juice? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
I think I big blind.
It is beginning to feel somewhat like both players are passengers right now and that the deck is driving.
Yeah, I think this is one of those matches where we haven't seen too many vicious coolers. We haven't seen too many great hands versus great hands.
But we also, in turn, haven't seen either of them allow that reality,
by the way,
to affect them in an irresponsible manner, as the effect of ace-jack could be felt soon here. Ace-deuce limp on the button. 21 big territory for Kuznetsov. Donchev. Elevator up. 1.8, by the way. 6x. This is larger than typical.
Kuznetsov just gets away. Very nice. Dimitar went for the kind of fake all-in a way.
That 6x tells you I'm ready to play for stacks, doesn't it?
It is the claim. Sometimes there's a terrible hand in that size as well.
Does the limp fold with the ace-deuce offsuit out of Kuznetsov kind of inform you in any way as to his state of mind?
Yeah, I think his state of mind has, you know, been displayed, and it continues to kind of inform. He's hard to kill, which is a good thing in tournaments overall. Sometimes you need to be willing to die. Of course, is that the nut flush for Donchev? If I recall, Ali, that's the stone nuts, and I want to say Kuznetsov has a club as well.
Yes, indeed.
My.
Note, this one was a raise from Donchev, defense from Kuznetsov, 2 quick checks to the turn we head. Board pairing 7. Nikita just reaches out and barrels on the strength of that 10 of clubs, and of course the check back from Donchev.
Pretty tricky from Donchev on the flop.
No need to raise for the time being with so much hand. He does just flat it. Pot grows to 1.8. Swing and a miss for the 10-9. Perhaps mercifully, although TBD whether or not.
I would think. No, he does check. Very nice from Kuznetsov.
And again, kind of another one of those decision points that confirm where he's at mentally in this match.
Perhaps, Ali.
$1.3 million.
1.3 should end things swiftly.
Maybe not, by the way. We've seen crazier moves before than a raise here from Kuznetsov, but we're not holding our breath.
So a brief pause, but ultimately into the bin goes the 10 high.
Calls. Option and a big one.
No sooner did you point out that Kuznetsov had quietly felt like he was clawing his way back into this match, then we find him right back down in that 5 million turf.
1 million.
Now Donchev activating in the face of the limp with his queen 7. And Kuznetsov lays it down, a tepid but pleased rail. This Boston Red Sox character kind of on the fringe doesn't quite fit for me. He may be cozying up. We'll get another glimpse. I think you've seen him.
Little bit of a fish out of water.
Right.
Calls.
What do you mean? That's favorite team for me. Limp, and we have all in coming here.
All in.
Sure
this
enough.
is 16.
Player went all in.
Donchev asking for the count.
Can you break one of those stacks then? That way they can. Thank you. Okay, this is 2 million stack. 3 million. 4.5, 4.8, 50, 4.9.
This is quite close, Sully.
5,000.
King 10 offsuit.
Right there near the bottom. And we need them to find some of the lower card jams. We need to trust them to find some of these hands if we think it's an overly heavy ace-x type range. Maybe even lacking some of the worst king-x. This is all the little game we play. And to win the tournament as well, it's always, you know, when it's close and you call and you win. Conversely, if you call and lose, he's right back in it. This is very, very close, right around the bottom.
Given that, it does feel to me like Donchev would be more keen to just pass the 300 along and look for a preferred spot. And sure enough,
that's really
he does
nice.
let go.
I do believe that calls at some frequency.
No, you.
That's quite nice.
You.
And I think you're right,
Ace?
Ali. I think he feels Kuznetsov
Ace never
not
fold, I know.
stepping out of line too much.
I believe
No,
Kuznetsov
king,
revealed that he had the ace there.
Especially now, no.
No?
Now, not.
Okay.
I can, but not now. Not this situation.
No, yeah, I know.
It's your turn to say 10 seconds.
There he is. He's got kind of the
Calls.
lifeguard hat, you know.
Check.
Not clear if he's associated with the Bulgarians. Could be a UC.
300.
Ace King 6, Donchev with the pair.
Calls 300.
Kuznetsov trying to get after it with that 10-4. Now he finds the 10 on the turn.
And check.
Another one of these spots where, what exactly are your bluffs? Queen and Jack high backdoor that missed?
Improving to 10s and 4s after the check back is Kuznetsov, and Donchev.
Maybe some floats around the 6. It's kind of backdoors hovering around the 6. And he is going for this to kind of cage a 10, cage a better 6. Very interesting from Donchev. Oh, look at this, Sally.
1.6.
Well, forgive me, I missed that he rivered 2 pair.
Yeah, yeah.
So, well, let's just let me rewind 20 seconds.
But the 1.6 is now certainly expected, and so is the fold from Donchev. Surprised that he stabbed with the 6?
I'm not terribly surprised. I think it's quite interesting.
Check, call, flop. Check, check, turn.
That's the thing.
Lead.
Maybe we have enough Jack high and a few other kind of small card combos here and there to not have to do that, but I'm not sure. And he had the stone deuce kicker, which is always kind of interesting to have.
Calls 300.
The third 8-4 offsuit of the evening for Donchev.
It was a hand that he was raising with on the other occasions. Now, though, limping has become predominantly the order of the day. Kuznetsov asking to C3 with his Jack 9, and he's not going to mind that side. Jack high board, giving him top pair gut shot for Donchev.
And the 4 of clubs.
Check.
8 of clubs on the turn now. This pairs Donchev, gives him the gut shot straight flush draw. Kuznetsov with the open-ended straight flush draw, and still retaining the best hand with top pair.
Wonderful development for Kuznetsov. Dimitar looking for the 8 or the 4. The 5 of clubs, somehow no good.
300.
Goes for half pot. Dimitar, I believe we have one option.
Pause 300.
Sure enough. The call comes in.
Oh, he finds the 4.
2 pair for Donchev. Runner, runner. 4-liner on board. Not sure how much 5X he expects out of Kuznetsov. Remember, this one was limped pre, checked on the flop. You saw the lead from Kuznetsov, the flat from Donchev. 1.2 in there. And you kind of don't expect Donchev to have a 5 from Kuznetsov's perspective, right?
He can have a 5. I don't think we rule it out by any means.
It'd have to be paired with either the board or a club in all likelihood to be present.
600.
Goes for half pot, and likely this gets snapped-ish. This is interesting from Kuznetsov.
Pause
Jack?
600.
See the good news.
2 pair 8-4.
Can I see?
Yeah.
Pair jacks. 2 pair 8-4.
Why did he ask him to see? Just a little confused. Was that the dealer or was that Dimitar?
No, so Kuznetsov let out.
Sorry for the
Donchev
intro.
called, but he then showed his hand prior
I see.
to Kuznetsov. And as a matter of practice, it is
Okay.
wise
Yes.
not to show your hand when you call. Force your opponent to
got it.
either muck it or show it. And
Got it.
so he just, you know, he's saying, hey, can you
Makes
show me
sense.
the hand? I called you.
Pretty brutal for Kuznetsov. Had him in really bad shape on the turn. Blinds are up, Ali.
And that
All in.
reality synchronizing itself with the loss of that pot adds to the woes for Kuznetsov.
Two pink, right?
Yeah.
Two pink.
Well, looks like we're going to activate the GTO Wizard optimal play feature in this particular pot.
Pause. Big blind option.
Check.
Check.
Queen 8 and Queen 7 offsuit. Both knuckling. I'll put 800 in the middle, and look at this. Top pair for Kuznetsov. Queens up for Donchev. This is trouble. The Wiz likes a check back about 3/4 of the time.
The Wiz advocating for some very tricky play.
Donchev disagreeing, though, as he just brings the 400 forward. And to be fair, there is some trickiness associated with that because 2 pairs a lot of hand, and maybe your opponent doesn't give that to you when you're betting.
Ali, it kind of feels like the tournament might be over.
I think it'll depend in large part on that river card and maybe some of the procedures from Donchev in terms of sizing. But I hear you.
Barring a jack or an 8, so hard to get away from top pair, sub 15 big blinds, essentially impossible. 1.6 in the middle.
Limped pre. You saw the barrel.
He goes for pot.
Yeah, and the Wiz likes it. You know who doesn't? That man right there.
400.
But obviously feels compelled to call.
Well, he has to sort of like it.
The 1.6? Well, yeah.
It's just...
I hear you.
Can he hit the jack or the 8? Oh,
No,
Donchev has done it.
This is the stone worst thing that could have happened for Kuznetsov. If there was some means by which he was going to get away from this pot, certainly this is not the river that's going to bring that to fruition. Trip queens versus queens full. Good night, Nikita.
Really enjoyed the matches tonight, Ali. This one is a wrap. How it goes in, we shall see.
Check.
Via a Nikita check and a snap without question when the bet comes in. Did feel like something akin to this would be the requirement to crown a champ in this exchange, and sure enough, here we are. All in.
One time.
Double check. It is the queen. One time, he says. Hoping that his man was bluffing. Not so, however. And with that, Dimitar Donchev is your 2026 25K heads-up champion.
When the force come on the ace 7-7, I have force king queen suited. You 3-bet pre-flop, ace 7-7 jack or something. You remember?
Runner-up Kuznetsov, $528,000 for the efforts, but no jewelry, as he has denied his first ever World Series of Poker bracelet.
Still a tremendous result. Congratulations, Nikita, and for Dimitar. What a win.
Yeah,
Ali.
bracelet number 2. The first one coming in the cyber streets online back in 2022. This one, IRL, and attached to it, $800,000. What a way to start the summer for the Bulgarian. Here comes Jeff Platt.
There we go.
The festivities.
There
Finally getting that acknowledgement that they've been waiting for out there. Patient, man. They were on their feet a long time back there. Looking for their man to close things out.
Ну я к тому, что я ему первую типа там проиграл типа 3. Наредба да, короче.
Perhaps.
Ну Риверс player.
Maybe inducted, unclear.
Yeah, sure, whatever you want. Yeah.
All right, Platt negotiating a little winner's interview there. One question he pledged.
Yes, I can. Yeah, good enough, but I'll still rely on Liz's cue. Yeah.
Let's take a listen.
The biggest heads-up championship field in the history of the World Series of Poker, and you get the job done. Congratulations. What does this bracelet mean to you?
It means a lot to me, of course. And yeah, it's a great feeling because I never won a live bracelet. I only have online bracelet. And same tournament, I won online 10K heads up. So maybe I'm just that's my specialty because I don't know, 2 bracelets in one discipline is quite tough, I guess, and I'm very proud of that. But still, I think I'm playing good other tournaments as well, but I don't know what happens.
I think you should be proud, and I think that we can now call you a heads-up specialist because on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is an honor of mine to present you with your second and your first live World Series of Poker gold bracelet. There it is. You can hold it up to the camera. Let's hear it for your heads-up champion, Dimitar Donchev.
Showed all that's required of someone to get through the minefield that is this event, Nick, and was impressive in the process.
Very much so. I really like him and just kind of his vibe there when he won. You can tell he's going to get a good night's sleep tonight, but seems like a really genuine guy. He seems happy, and he should be.
Yeah, not to be overlooked, of course, the efforts of Nikita Kuznetsov. Deck didn't shine down on him toward the back half of this one, and ultimately he would fall. And that'll do it for our coverage here today. Don't forget, GG Millions picks up tomorrow and for the next 3 days. But in the interim, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my man Nick Schulman, this is Ali Najat saying thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time from the WSOP.
The final day of the 25K Heads Up Championship.